stare into the eye of a storm, one can see the tranquility that victory can bring. But in this NASCAR roller coaster ride, behind the eye can lie disaster. Darrell Waltrip, 2 races after his Pocono victory, looked down the barrel of a gun at Daytona's World Center of Racing. What looked to be a direct hit proved only a glancing blow. In a career that spans 3 championships and 81 victories over 19 years, Darrell is back again.
Gentlemen, start your engines.
The command has been given. Darrell Waltrip and others get ready in sweltering heat to challenge Pocono International Raceway as the Winston Cup Series resumes its 1991 season. Dr. Jerry Punch talked with Darrell Waltrip just moments ago.
When last we left Darrell Waltrip, well, he was on his roof, the victim of a violent crash in Daytona, possibly one of the lowest points of his career. But today, he is back at Pocono, Pennsylvania, the site of one of his happier moments, a win last month. And Darrell, it has been an emotional month for you.
Yeah, when you were talking about low, you meant real low, right? I was laying on the ground upside down. And my whole world just kind of tumbled all upside down there on me in just a very few seconds. And, you know, they say adversity will make you stronger if it doesn't kill you. Well, I am one strong dude right now.
Week off with the family on a vacation, had time to reflect. Any thoughts on getting away?
Oh, it was great. I needed that week off because I don't know if I could have gotten down in the race car last week or not. I was terribly sore, had a black eye, and wasn't in very good shape. But I feel pretty good today. Still a little kinky here and there, but I think I'm going to be all right. I'm looking forward to the race.
They say the eyes are the windows to the soul. Let's see if you can read Darrell's thoughts.
Darrell looks for his 4th win today here at Pocono, trying to move into a tie with Bill Elliott and the late Tim Richmond for most wins here at this track they call the Daytona of the North. ESPN, the world's leader in motorsports coverage, presents Speed World. Today, live from Pocono International Raceway in Pennsylvania, it's the Miller Genuine Draft 500. In an area known for cold weather, snow, and skiing, we have exactly opposite conditions today as it's hot and humid in the Pocono Mountains, but there's very little chance of rain. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Bob Jenkins, and welcome to Pocono as the drivers get set to tackle this roller coaster, the 2.5-mile tri-oval. Now let's take a look at the point standings as we enter race number 16 of 29 in the Winston Cup Series. The quest for the Cup shows that Dale Earnhardt is on top. Ricky Rudd second in the point standings, but he had his worst finish of the year here a little more than a month ago. In 5th position, a guy that carries a lot of momentum into this race, Davey Allison. In the second 5, there you find Darrell Waltrip back here after that terrible crash at Daytona. And in 7th position, a guy who always runs well at Pocono, Harry Gant. Now, it's interesting to note that in the past 3 years, the driver leading the point standings at this time in the season has not gone on to win the Winston Cup Championship. Now, speaking of momentum, 13th in the point standings is Bill Elliott, coming here after that tremendous victory at Daytona. And with more on that, here's Ned and Benny.
Bob, momentum is an unbelievable thing. For the past 2 or 3 months, Bill Elliott and his crew have been walking around the garage area with their head down, not looking at people, not smiling. They win the race at Daytona, they come to Pocono, their heads are high, they're smiling at everyone, and they have the best qualifying run of the year. Now, Ned, if they can just keep it going in the race today, they'll be a threat all the remainder of the year.
Certainly will make a difference, and they will be tough today. I'll tell you somebody else that's pumped up, too, coming into this race is Jeff Bodine and the Junior Johnson Budweiser team. They not only are the defending champions of this race, but they also won a Winston West race just a week ago. They finished a strong second at Daytona a couple of weeks ago with Junior and Tim Brewer back in the fold there now with that team. Look for them to be strong.
And let's don't forget about Davey Allison. Folks, for the last month, this car has been the car to beat almost at every racetrack.
Has had a lot of momentum going, and that does carry a long way, no question about it. But we've been talking about Fords here in this little conversation. Don't count out the General Motors. In fact, there's some with some 3s on the side of those cars that might be tough here today. For more on that, let's go to the pits and John Kernan.
Well, Ned, I tell you what, when you're here at Pocono, you cannot forget about the 3 factor. By that, I mean consistency, and of course, I'm talking about the 3 of Dale Earnhardt, and also the 33 of the Skull Bandit, Harry Gant. Now, Harry starts 15th today, Dale alongside in 16th. But don't let their qualifying performances fool you. Both run very well at this track. In the last 9 years, Dale has finished in the top 10 9 times while posting 5 top 5 finishes. Harry, on the other hand, an amazing 7 top 5 finishes here at Pocono. They have both won here, and when you ask those in the garage in the know why they do so well here, they say it's because they're 2 of the best drivers on the circuit, and this is a driver's racetrack. And don't forget about experience. Harry, 51, Dale, 39, and Bob, that is divisible, both numbers, by 3. So look for the 3 factor to play a big role in today's race.
And John, the worst starting position for any winner of the July race was 16th. That was Dale Earnhardt in 1987. And today, as you said, he's starting in 16th position. Our live coverage of the Miller Genuine Draft 500 on Speed World is being brought to you by Today's Chevrolet, who invite you to see why more people are winning with the heartbeat of America. By Quaker State, the Big Q is one tough motor oil. And by Goodyear, the unanimous choice of every NASCAR Winston Cup team. The first of 3 preliminary laps underway right now. We have 200 laps of competition coming up from Pocono International. How far do we go on paint box here? Whoa. How far do we go on paint box, Neil? 12? Oh, okay. Yeah, 12, right. Okay. Yeah. Welcome back to Pocono International Raceway. The pace truck has the field in tow, and in one more lap they will get the green flag. In the meantime, let's take a look at the die-hard starting lineup. The pole position has been won by Alan Kowicki, his 2nd pole of the year, in a new event record 161.4. Alongside will be Ken Schrader from Fenton, Missouri. In the 2nd row is Mark Martin from Batesville, Arkansas, the car number 6, and then Bill Elliott, who won, of course, at Daytona 2 weeks ago. Starting in 5th position will be Davey Allison from Hueytown, Alabama, the number 28 Texaco Haviland, and Hut Strickland will be alongside him in row number 3. He, of course, is from Alabama in the Revestus Buick. Ricky Rudd starts in 7th position. He's from Chesapeake, Virginia, drives the Tide Exxon Superflow Chevy. Jeff Bodine will begin from 8th position. He's from Chemung, New York, in car number 11. Darrell Waltrip will begin from inside row number 5. He's from Franklin, Tennessee, drives the Western Auto car number 17, and then Rusty Wallace, the number 2 Miller Genuine Draft Pontiac. Sterling Marlin begins from 11th position inside row number 6.
He drives the Maxwell House Coffee Ford, number 22, and then Dale Jarrett in car number 21, the Citgo Petroleum Ford. Dale from Conover, North Carolina. To take a look at the rest of the starting lineup, there you see Dale Earnhardt in the 8th row outside of row number 8. As John indicated, not a particularly good qualifying effort for either Harry Gant or Dale Earnhardt, but qualifying really doesn't mean much. Where you start is where you finish.
That's exactly right, Bob. And we've seen Earnhardt come from far back in the field, and Harry Gant as well. So don't be surprised to see those fellas come up through the pack. Morgan Shepherd starting way back. He says he's running good now.
Now Dick Trickle is driving the number 24 car that Mickey Gibbs has been driving all season long. Mickey relieved of his duties, and Dick Trickle has been put in that car for at least this race and possibly more. And there are the 40 cars and drivers that will begin today's race in just a moment. The pace track has pulled off of the track. We're looking now back on Bobby Hillin Jr. from the bumper cam carried by Dale Jarrett. Lake Speed carries our Phillips 66 in-car camera, and we also have a camera today in Jeff Bodine's Budweiser Ford car number 11 as he gets set to take the green flag, as do the others. Here comes the 40-car field off of the 3rd turn here. The crowd on its feet cheering the field as it comes down and receives the green flag. We are underway with the Miller Genuine Draft 500. Pulls to the inside and challenges pole sitter Alan Kulwicki for the lead, and he grabs the lead at the end of the straightaway, heading into that 14 degrees of banking in turn number 1. So Alan Kulwicki drops back to 2nd position, and Mark Martin runs in 3rd spot as the field begins to get strung out just a little.
Well, the big loser on that first lap was Rusty Wallace. He got on the outside going into turn 1 and dropped about 6 or 8 positions, but yesterday in practice he was one of the fastest cars. It looked like Ernie Irvin's fast too, and car number 4 coming on the inside of Darrell Walter, but look for Wallace to come back up through the pack.
Oh, he went through there with Darrell Waltrip side by side, and Waltrip got pushed to the outside and loses 3 positions.
Yeah, he's going to lose even more.
That's right.
Yeah, and he wasn't going to take any chances. He'll just see where he can get back in line there without getting too much out of shape, and he gets back on the inside of the track, and there's Rusty right behind him.
Darrell falls in between Harry Gant and Rusty, and there is Dale Jarrett's bumper cam once again. Oh, look at that. That's, of course, Terry Labonte in the number 94 car, and that team has had a change of crew chief since we visited with you last 2 weeks ago. Dewey Livengood is now the crew chief on that car, replacing Steve Lloyd. There is Mark Martin now challenging Alan Kulwicki for 2nd position. Again, the cars swing out of turn number 1 and go down the 3,055-foot long pond straightaway. It takes them to the tunnel turn. And now Mark Martin caught on the outside and is going to lose positions. Look at this battle, though. There is Dale Earnhardt, Davey Allison, and Harry Gant. A couple of those 3 cars that John talked about earlier.
And look how much Harry Gant backed off. Davey backed off a little bit. Earnhardt just shot out from the middle of that trio going into that turn. It was smart that somebody backed off.
And the number 13 car has crashed. That is Gary Ballou. Looks like he has had hard contact with the wall and also involved the number 44 car, and that would be Herb Hare.
Herb Hare looks like he's just spun and not hit anything. He's back underway, but Gary Ballou, some heavy damage. As a caution flag waves, all the cars are slowing down.
Our first caution of the day comes out for a 2-car incident, and here it is.
You see Ballou going in the corner, lose control, go up and smack in the wall, and we saw Herb Hare go by sideways. He later lost control. And look at the gasoline coming out of that car. Is he forced that car didn't catch on fire?
He sure is, but there is no fire. The car, however, is in the middle of the racetrack. Stop there. We can see some movement inside the cockpit, and so it appears as if Gary Ballou is okay. But it does bring out our first caution of the day. And the field is under the pace truck once again. Let's take another look at it.
And watch when he backs up in the wall, the liquid coming out the rear. That is gasoline. There's Ballou going up. Car still hasn't hit anything. There, Irv Hare goes by. Just barely looks like he might have touched him as he went by. Now he hits the wall. And we see that's tire smoke we're seeing now. But watch the gasoline as it comes out of the car. Wow.
Yeah, it's leaking gas as it comes off the wall and stops in the middle of the racetrack. Well, today, the Piats.
Yeah, that one. There's Jim Phillips from see running down to him.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Some of them are shifting. We don't know about Ernie Irvin.
You got a disparity there. Yeah, Ballou's knocked in.
We're under an early caution light here at Pocono International Raceway because of a crash just outside of the tunnel turn number 2, involving the 13 car of Gary Ballou, and Irv Hare also involved in that incident. Lots of spectators on hand here, a lot of enthusiastic spectators as they have come to see the final Winston Cup race of the year here at Pocono. Well, Ernie Irvin has made a good movement in the first few laps of this event, moving up to the 5th position at the moment. A little bit earlier in the weekend, Benny Parsons had a chance to talk with Ernie and ask him what about the keys to winning this race here.
Well, first thing you got to do is not have problems in the pits. I had problems in the pits last time, and you know, we were fast all day, and just had a little trouble at the end. And Goodyear's brought the radials here, and you know, I wish you could drive on these radials here because I know you ran good here before. And with the radials, this is a whole different racetrack. I used to not like Pocono, and I really enjoyed the race here last time. You could race on it. It was hard to pass because everybody handled pretty good, but you know, the biggest thing to win here is making sure you don't break the valve springs and lose parts of the motor as far as you know, over revving it from running too much gear.
Well, Ernie mentioned that one of the successes of winning here is luck in the pits, and during this caution period, one car, the number 28 of Davey Allison, has come in for a pit stop. Jerry, what's the story?
Well, we were talking to Larry McReynolds, who's here talking to his driver, and Larry, you guys made an unscheduled stop. What was the problem?
Well, we was way too tight. We've been fighting that car for the 2 days that we've been here. We got in a good qualifying lap, but we think we fixed our problem. We just was way too tight. We had a rubber wrap in the right front, so we yanked it out, put a little air pressure in the right rear. Maybe the Texaco Haviland Krispy Kreme 4 to get going now.
Well, quick adjustment here in the Haviland pits, and maybe it'll help Davey Allison.
What a success story that is. Larry McReynolds hooking up with the Robert Yates team here with Davey Allison. They have had just tremendous success since he joined the team, and especially in the last month.
That's strange they would put air in one of these radial tires, because we've talked about how the size does not change with air pressure in the radial tire versus the bias ply. And it's strange that they would say they would put air in that tire. I don't know what they're trying to do there.
All right, the green flag is about to come out again. There it is, and Ken Schrader leads him down for the restart. Kowicki running second, Bill Elliott is third. Ernie Irvin trying to move into 4th position as he goes to the inside of Hut Strickland, heading for turn number 1. Let's see if Ernie can pick up his spot. They go in there side by side with Irvin about a half a car length in the advantage as the rest of the field also comes through. And now we go inside Dale Jarrett's car. Joe Rutman up on the right and Morgan Shepherd to the left. And one of the things that we have seen in the past here at Pocono, the drivers actually shifting into what I guess is a fourth gear out there.
The only track on the circuit, oval track on the circuit, where they do now some of the drivers change gears. Dale Jarrett is one of those. He has sort of slipped back. He blew the engine in the sit-go forward late in practice yesterday to put in a backup engine. Didn't really know what to expect from it, but he sort of backed up a little bit now in the field.
Now Ernie Irvin there in fourth position, closes in tight on Bill Elliott.
Wow, that's a shot we haven't seen before. That's a nice shot.
We've got a camera roving around on this side of the racetrack. Look at Dale Earnhardt to the inside. They ran out 4, sometimes 5 wide coming down the straightaway. That was the situation that Dale Earnhardt was in right there, taking his GM Goodwrench Chevrolet to the far inside of the racetrack and trying to pick up those positions. Now looking outside the back part of the Budweiser 4, driven by Jeff Bodine.
Bill McGreen in the next Chevrolet for an unscheduled pit stop as we watch this battle up in front. Wallace following Earnhardt up through the pack. They caught Jeff Bodine.
Earnhardt is definitely on the move. Started 16th, and here he is. He is up to 10th spot already. We saw Mark Martin just a moment ago on the outside, losing some spots. Here goes Earnhardt. He's on the inside, trying to get by.
Coming down the long straightaway, which is 3,740 feet long. Earnhardt does go to the inside of Jeff Bodine. Looking to pick up another position. That's Rusty Wallace in the middle of those two, and Earnhardt completes the pass heading into turn 1.
Bob, I mentioned those gear changes. They would do that coming off of turn 3. They would be in third gear, which is a 1-to-1 ratio, and then shift into fourth gear about to start finish line, and then shift back into third as they go into turn 1. Probably half a dozen of the drivers do that today.
We've described this racetrack in several terms, but it is as close to a road course as you can get without it being a road course.
It really is. It's a triangular shape. It's 3 corners, and all 3 corners radically different, bank different, different lengths. And Ricky Rudd told me he was shifting because the last time he was here, he blew the engine in his car. The first race that he's had engine problems, the only race he's had engine problems all year, it was because he was turning so many RPMs down the long front straightaway. Now with shifting, he doesn't turn that many RPMs down the front, but yet has the gear ratio that he needs down the other straightaway.
In with Jeff Bodine once again, you can see that the 2 car, the Miller Genuine Draft sponsored car, running in the race sponsored by that same company, has moved around Jeff Bodine also, and is putting a little bit of distance between himself and Jeff Bodine. Rusty Wallace running in 9th. Bodine is in 10th position here in the early going. Harry Gant now beginning to challenge Jeff Bodine. Harry in the 33 Skoal Bandit going into that tunnel turn.
I mentioned a moment ago that Bill Venturini had come into the pits, Bob. He since has taken his car behind the wall. Bill, one of the top ARCA drivers, finished 5th yesterday.
And another crash.
Rick Wilson's in the wall, and he barely backed across that racetrack right in front of someone. Oh, Ricky, you're so lucky.
Very close call. Looks like Rick Wilson has damaged the back end of his Stobola Brothers Snickers car rather badly as the safety vehicle has arrived on the scene, but he's going to be able to pull away. It is, however, the second caution period of the afternoon.
And exactly the same spot we had the first one. This is the tunnel corner that Wilson lost control in that Snickers Buick.
Got a replay of the crash, see if we can determine what happened.
We don't know exactly what happened. He did not lose control exactly like Ballou did before, but watch as he goes right in front of him. Who was that? Was that Musgrave?
I think it was, yeah. It was Ted Musgrave. Close call for Rick Wilson. He heads for the pit area to see if the car can be repaired and put into racing form once again. There is quite a bit of damage on the back end of that Buick. You're watching live coverage of the Miller Genuine Draft 500 from Pocono. We'll be right back. Okay. there was contact. I didn't see any. Okay. Pit road becomes somewhat busy here in our second caution of the afternoon because of a crash out of turn number 2 involving Rick Wilson. Davey Allison has brought the Haviland Ford in for a second time already, Jerry.
Well, they figured, Bob, that he was at the back of the pack, so they had nothing to lose. They would go ahead and come in and get 4 tires, what they have just done. They also put a round and a half of wedge in the right rear. We might mention Joe Rutland and a half a dozen other cars who are running back toward the back of the pack, opting to come in here early in the race and go ahead and get their 4 tire stop out of the way.
And Rick Wilson, who also made it to his pit area, is going back out onto the racetrack despite the damage in the rear end of that car. Great video from Dale Jarrett's in-car camera. Watch and listen. And now let's take a look in slow motion to see if there may have been contact between Wilson and Jimmy Spencer to the left of Dale Jarrett. I didn't really see any. It's hard to see from that camera angle, but I don't think there was any contact.
Sure doesn't look like it on the screen.
And I'm sure Dale Jarrett was saying, here we go again. But he escaped. So the pace truck continues to be at the head of the field. We have completed 11 laps in this 200 lapper here at Pocono, and we'll be back right after this. Stay with us. Okay, yeah, thanks. I didn't see any.
Let me talk to Jerry just a second. Jerry.
So they run back to the garage area, Pam, so they're going to probably bring Rick Wilson in. They said the car's broken up pretty bad, so I'm not going to get a chance to talk to anybody right now. I'm headed back to Schrader's pit.
Jerry?
Oh, yeah. Hi.
You said they put a couple of rounds of bite in Davis' car. Did they get it too loose, or did you mean they took bite out of the car?
Nelson, they said they put a round and a half in, right rear? 3/4 of a round in the right rear.
Does that mean they tightened the butt?
My understanding was the car was too tight.
Yeah.
So they put it 3/4 in, which would loosen it up, right?
Okay. I got you. I understand.
Okay.
Do we have a camera on Dale so we can see him shift like Bodine's car? That opening shot we had on the 11 car was perfect for shifting.
The field in the Miller Genuine Draft 500 is a half a lap away from taking the green flag and resuming this race. The pace truck, as you can see, pulls off onto an escape road just off of turn number 2. And now the field is in the hands of the leader of this race, Ken Schrader, driving car number 25. He's been one of 2 leaders so far, as Alan Kowicki, the pole sitter, led the first couple of laps, and then Ken Schrader came down to take over that top spot. Bill Elliott back there in 3rd. 4th is Ernie Irvin, and Hud Strickland running in 5th spot. Off of turn number 3, which is 6 degrees of banking, 800-foot radius, and the crowd once again rises to its feet to cheer the field as it comes down, and here we go again on lap 14.
Talk about the crowd, Bob. I spoke to Joe Mattioli, the president and the chief operating officer of the racetrack, just before the race started. He said they sold tickets.
And something I couldn't believe is we entered the racetrack at about 8:15 this morning through quite a bit of traffic out by the tunnel turn. Who was directing traffic out there? Dr. Joe Mattioli, the owner of the track. Now Ernie Irvin.
Look, but couldn't make it by Elliott.
Elliott was very fast in practice here yesterday afternoon. He and Rusty Wallace and Harry Gant were given credit for those in the garage area. They clocked everybody else's cars, you know. And I said those were the 3 fastest that they clocked. Of course, today's a different day, but still, it is running strong.
Sure is. In 3rd position, Ernie Irvin 4th, and there's Hud Strickland in 5th position.
Right there was Chris Conn practice yesterday afternoon while he was
was out trying to make his car run faster. Luca coming off turn 3, but as you can see, did not hit anything. Earnhardt stood on the inside trying to make a move.
That's Ricky Rudd beside him. He does make a pass on Rudd, and here comes Rusty Wallace right behind him.
Rusty's just letting Earnhardt catch the trail down there, and he just followed him right through.
Well, Rusty Wallace on the first lap got high in turn 1, lost a lot of spots, but he is coming back to the front fast. That 5 car, we talked about shifting earlier. That 5 car is shifting. Right now, he is in 3rd gear, which is, as Ned said, a 1-1. Rusty's going to take a look on the inside of Earnhardt and takes the spot away.
He sure does. Moving into turn number 3, Rusty Wallace picks up a position on Dale Earnhardt.
And there's a spin up here. Looks like Michael Waltrip.
And some fire seen from that car. Michael Waltrip's Pennzoil Pontiac stopped in turn number 3. We did see some flame coming out of it earlier. I don't see any right now, but Michael has taken a hard shot into the outside wall in turn number 3.
And the fire truck is there immediately. Crew jumps off.
Can you believe the Waltrip bad luck with Darrell 2 weeks ago, and now Michael Waltrip is involved in a crash, and the yellow flag is out for the 3rd time. And
there's Michael getting out of boy, Mikey.
He's climbing out. Appears to be okay.
Well, he
surveying the damage. Hard. Yep, he sure did. Here's a look at it. Turn 3 was the scene of the crash.
It looks like that the 66 car of Lake Speed might have just touched him as he went in the corner. I mean, again, that is purely speculation. Lake Speed was right behind him, and we can see the car, I would imagine, did exactly like Gary Ballou's car. It ruptured the gas tank. As it hit the wall, some fuel came out, and thank goodness for the rubber gas tanks these cars have, which immediately stopped the flow of fuel.
And thank goodness Michael is out of it, walking around, surveying the damage, and he can see once he went to the back end of that car. He looked at the front first. He probably didn't look too bad up there, but once he walked around to the back,
he's looking for a driver. Wait a minute, he's looking for a driver to shake his fist at, I guess.
I believe he is too.
Or maybe he's walking to the ambulance.
Yeah, he's definitely pointing at someone, and it is at the 66 car Blake Speed that Michael thinks perhaps had some contact with it. Now we take a look at it from the in-car camera of Lake Speed. So Phillips 66 in-car cam.
He's on the inside of Michael. He's trying to get by, going in at turn 3. Michael is on the outside. There's Sterling Marlin. Michael still hasn't come in the screen, and there we see Michael come down, and he just gets touched in the left rear.
And then the car sliding up toward the wall. Let's take a look at it in real time. Let's go to Jerry Punch, who's with Billy Engel.
The fortunate thing is that Michael is able to talk to his crew on the radio prior to climbing out of the car. Bill Engel here talking to some of the other crew members and the spotter up top. Bill, what did Michael say happened?
Michael's okay, Jerry. He said that somebody tagged him from the rear and put him out.
And the car, is it fixable? Do you think it may have gotten the fuel cell?
Well, Michael said he believed it did get the fuel cell. He believed the rear end housing, trailing arms and stuff are bent. We're going to get it back in the garage area and see if we can get enough pieces to put it back together just to get out here and run to maybe save some points.
Bill, we'll let you go. Thanks for staying with us for just a moment. Bill Engel, the crew chief for the Pennzoil team. They have their work cut out for them here today. Bob?
There is the car in turn number 3, and once again, here is a look at it.
Michael gets tapped, and he has nothing to do except make a 360, and the wall is there. So heavy, heavy contact. There we see the fuel cell rupturing.
But the flames died out quickly. There is Lake Speed, who Michael accuses of hitting him as they come off the tunnel turn. But
well, Lake was trying to get under the 30 car. We never did see the 30 in the screen until all of a sudden there he comes down the groove.
Third caution period of the afternoon. 16 laps completed here at Pocono in the 200 lap Miller Genuine Draft 500. Ken Schrader showing the way right now over Alan Kowicki, Bill Elliott, and Ernie Irvin. Back after this. Is that right? Broke his arm.
Just goes to show you those things are dangerous.
That's right.
Something happened.
Still under caution here at Pocono. Cleaning up the accident in turn number 3 involving Michael Waltrip. 17 laps completed. Ken Schrader is the leader of the race. Well, we of course were here last year for the race that we're doing this year. We take a look at that event in our Pure Later replay. Winston Cup replays are brought to you by Autolite Spark Plugs, guaranteed for 2 years no matter how far you go. Points leader Mark Martin was on the pole for race number 16 of the 1991 season at Pocono International. But it was New York native Greg Sachs and Jeff Bodine who battled for the early lead. By the 31st circuit, Dale Earnhardt had moved from 11th to 1st for his only lead of the day. On lap 118, Bodine retook the lead from Sachs with Martin close behind. Lap 197 and Ken Reagan brought out the 10th caution of the day with a crash in turn 1, allowing the field to close in on Bodine. Doyle Ford waved the green and white flags on the final lap as Bodine pulled away to a 1-second win over Bill Elliott. It was Bodine's second win of 1990. He was 4th in the Winston Cup standings, only 114 behind Martin. Jeff Bodine, the defending champion of this race here at Pocono, the Miller Genuine Draft 500. We'll resume our coverage in a moment.
I
bet that's Joe V.
I guarantee it.
Yeah. Almost.
Halfway the first pit stop. Oh, yeah, that's right. Quickie's got a good run going with this.
Just as you rejoin us, Doyle Ford looks toward turn number 3 and decides it's time to wave the green flag and get this race back underway.
Bobby, who really decides when they restart the race? Ken Schrader, the leader of the race. In this instance, it was Ken Schrader. As soon as he accelerates and Doyle Ford hears that sound, he then throws the green flag.
And Rusty Wallace and Dale Earnhardt run a side-by-side battle that Rusty comes out on top of. Yeah.
The thing about, we can't tell when these fellas make contact, can we? Unless the tires hit the side of his car, put a tire mark on him.
Earnhardt jumped up on the outside of Rusty going into the turn 1, but Rusty had the inside is the best groove.
Rusty running in 7th, Earnhardt is 8th, and Ricky Rudd is 9th.
And Sterling Marlin in the blue 22 right in front of Rusty. Rusty
Winston,
Hogan's the next victim.
Big Winston West race out in Evergreen Speedway in Washington last weekend. As Sterling Marlin started from the pole from, and his teammate Jeff Bodine won the race.
Bud Strickland, that Rebestis Buick, pulls right on the back bump of Ernie. Ernie looks like he might be being held up just a tick by Elliott. And look at Kowicki. He's closed up on the back bumper of Schrader. Kowicki has a great run going today, man.
He does have a car. Looks like he's handling well and running well, too.
He looked to the outside of Schrader, which came over to the inside of the track. But, of course, you don't want to get caught in that outside line. So Kowicki very wisely dropped in behind Ken Schrader and maintained second position. Another crash involving several cars.
Ooh, big time crash over that time.
Derek Cope and Jimmy Spencer are two of those involved, and there are others. A lot of dust kicked up when a car gets down into that grass. There is just very limited visibility. We saw that in the Sportsman race yesterday. It's been very dry here in Pocono, and that grass is very, very. Davey Allison is one of those involved with extensive damage on the left front of his Hellman Ford.
And there's an oil cooler back there. That is tire smoke that we're seeing now. It doesn't appear as though the cooler so far has been broken, but there is an oil cooler back there. And Davey's in the grass. Evidently, he can't steer the car because he is in the grass.
Yeah, he wouldn't have just pulled down there anyway.
He's trying his best to get back.
Yeah.
All right, let's watch what happened. The accident is happening in front of Davey Allison. That's Dave Marcus in the 71 car.
Marcus backs off when he sees the crash, hits the brakes hard. Davey just can't get stopped. And there's the crash starting. There's Derek Cope, the Purelator Chevrolet, spinning. He goes up the racetrack and watches he and Jimmy Spencer meet head on.
There's Rick Mast coming in. He gets his car slowed down, the car number 1, and Marcus spins, and then
I'm sorry, I thought that was not Rick Mast's car.
Spencer hits the car number 10 then, who is sitting right in front of him.
And here it is from another angle.
There we see some contact between Morgan and Shepard. He's on the inside, and the Derek Cope Purelator Chevrolet, as I mentioned a moment ago. Now I thought this red car, that Morgan, I thought that's fellow who they hit nose to nose, but he stops, and then Spencer comes along, and look how he jacks that rear end up off the ground.
He hit him hard. Well, it's lap number 21. We should be seeing a massive amount of pit stops here in our 4th caution of the day. Here it is from Lake Speed's in-car camera.
There we see the wreck starting. Lake sees the smoke. He backs off. Ooh, ooh.
He didn't know where he was going for a little bit. He couldn't see.
Yeah, the visibility was virtually zero. Let's go to John Kernan, who's in Ernie Irvin's pit as he and others come down for a stop.
Ernie has had one of the fastest cars here over the weekend. Qualifying, he said the car got loose on him. That's why he qualified back just a little bit. But he has been running well today. He's told Tony Glover the car feels pretty good, but they've decided they can only go about 35 laps on a load of fuel. They've decided to bring him down on lap 22. Irvin will get a 4-tire change. The right sides are already on, coming around for the lefts. Jerry, what's going on up on your end?
Pretty much the same thing. John Dale Earnhardt completing his 4-tire stop, routine stop for Earnhardt. Now Ernie Irvin's still in the pits, but he is pitting further down pit road. Remember, pit location very important here. Ernie Irvin is still in the pits as they line up to exit pit road, and Bill Elliott will win the race off of pit road back to turn 1. So, routine pit stop. Back to you, John Kernan.
The reason Ernie was held up just a little bit, 2 lug nuts came off the left front tire, so the tire changer had to pick them up and thread them by finger, and that held them up and cost him probably 5 to 7 seconds.
And it cost him valuable position on the racetrack also. That's Ernie Irvin in the Kodak Chevy number 4. And there is a speed limit down pit road as they come in and out.
65 miles an hour is the speed limit on pit road today.
Well, let's take a look at this problem that occurred during Ernie's pit stop.
We see him putting the lug nuts on by hand. Once he gets them on, then he can take the wrench, tighten the lug nuts up. Then they slap on the car. The crew tells him on the radio that he can go ahead and drive off.
Only took maybe 4, 5, maybe 6 extra seconds, but that's very, very valuable, as he did lose some positions on the racetrack. We're under caution for the 4th time today, back at Pocono in a moment. Yeah, but we've been racing an hour and we've only completed 22.
We got airplanes to catch.
That's right.
Tell you what. Did all the drivers get out? I see an ambulance coming up to the infield. There's 2 cars in pit. 25 and 7 did not get there's change.
Three of 200 laps completed. Ken Schrader leads the Miller Genuine Draft 500 here at Pocono. Alan Kulwicki running second. Chad Little is third. Then Joe Ruttman and Ted Musgrave, the top 5 at this point. We're under our 4th caution period of the day because of an accident involving several cars in turn number 2. And here's the replay.
You see Morgan Shepherd once again. He and the 10 car, that's Derek Cope, the Pure Leather Chevrolet, make slight contact, but just enough. Cope spins. He goes up the racetrack. He really doesn't hit the wall that hard. He gets a car, he just bumps it, but along comes Jimmy Spencer in the backward frozen food Chevrolet with nowhere to go, and boom. Meanwhile, car spinning down through the dirt, blocking all the visibility of the racetrack.
Of course, we saw Davey Allison get into Dave Marcus as Dave was slowing down after he saw the accident in front of him.
I would imagine that was Dave Marcus through the dirt that we saw. Probably he spun. There's Davey in the pits doing some work on the car.
Well, with a crew cam being worn today by Todd Parrott of the Miller Genuine Draft crew, and as Rusty Wallace came in, here's how it looked from Todd Parrott's perspective.
Todd is the fellow carrying the tires.
Watch him jump over the wall there so someone else could come out.
That's right. There's only, I think it's 7 people who go across the wall under NASCAR rules. So to do the job the way it needs to be done, as soon as he's finished with his job, as all the lug nuts are on and everything's under control, he needs to go back across the wall so someone can come across and change the left side tires on a 4-tire stop.
You saw the lights on top of the pace truck are out, indicating that they will be getting the green when they come around next time. Since we visited with you last, which was on 4th of July weekend, one among us has celebrated a birthday. On July 12th, 1991, Benny Parsons celebrated a birthday. You want to tell us how many that was, Benny? If you won't, I will.
Well, I was...
You were 50 years old is
exactly.
what you were.
Yeah, I didn't want to.
Congratulations.
You don't look a day over 49, I might. Now, the U.S. Olympic Festival continues right after our live coverage of this race here on ESPN. That's coming up at 4:30 Eastern Time. U.S. Olympic Festival from Los Angeles, 4:30 this afternoon.
Bob, we got 3 cars up front here as we get ready to restart this that did not make a pit stop. That was Ken Schrader, the leader, Alan Kulwicki, and Chad Little. Neither of them have made a pit stop. Now we see Joe Ruttman back there in 4th place. He did make a pit stop. So did Ted Musgrave in 5th, Dale Jarrett in 6th, and several others back there. Dick Trickle in car number 24. So interesting that those 3 cars didn't stop, and they've run about 20 couple laps.
And Jerry Punch can update us on the situation involving Davey Allison.
Bob, quick damage report. It's good news for Davey Allison's crew. It's primarily cosmetic damage, sheet metal. The only serious concern, the line from the oil cooler was bent, kinked off. They straightened it back up. It is functioning right now. Davey doesn't have the cosmetics and aerodynamics, but he is back on the racetrack, and we are back to green.
Indeed we are. 25 laps now completed, and only 10 have been run under green so far, as 4 caution periods have interrupted the flow.
You see Bill Elliott, Dale Earnhardt making good moves down on the inside. There's Hud Strickland going up on the outside of a couple of cars. Dutch car running strong here today. We'll look out the windshield of Dale Jarrett's car. They said he had a miss in his car. It looked like on the restart he didn't get off to a very good start.
And we might mention that Davey Allison remains on the lead lap.
You see the gear shift knob just in the bottom of the picture. That means that the car is in third gear. There it is. That's in third gear. He's running from turn 1 all the way through this area of the racetrack. Let's see if we can stay with this. We'll see him shift about the start-finish line probably. Here comes off turn 3. Checking the review mirror.
Yep, there it is.
There he shifts into fourth gear.
And you notice he didn't move his left leg, so he didn't use the clutch.
Yep.
That's the Jericho transmission. They can do that without using the clutch.
Meanwhile, Harry again is taking a spot away from Dale Jarrett. Now we see he's downshifted already back up into third gear, and he will ride all the way back around the racetrack in third gear. Again, third gear is 1-to-1, and fourth gear is overdrive. That's the unique thing about the Jericho. They can put the ratios in there that the drivers want. We saw his left leg move that time. That was to hit the brake.
Yep, he does. And I didn't do that when I drove race cars. I used my right foot for the brakes and the gas. I think that's the reason I didn't win.
It'll be interesting to take a survey and find out how many do the right and how many the left legs. There's Dale moving to the inside of Bobby Hamilton, trying to move into 9th position.
Looking at close a little bit. There's Rusty right behind him. He'll make a 3 deep coming off of that turn. Dale just backed out of that.
Good racing all over the track. Here's Elliott, Rutman, Earnhardt, and Strickland.
And way down there is Ernie Irvin.
Ernie way down on the inside.
Look, Hut Strickland takes that spot away from Dale Earnhardt. Earnhardt trying to get back on the inside of Hut. I don't know if he's going to be able to make it or not.
This is the battle for 4th position. Strickland and Dale Earnhardt with Joe Rutman right there in 75.
Rutman did not stop this last time. He had stopped on lap 11. Earnhardt and Bud Strickland and Blair.
And behind the 75 car of Joe Rutman, several cars, couple of cars, and then Ernie Irvin.
Harry Gant, Chad Little, and Ernie Irvin, followed by the 2 car of Rusty Wallace.
Now Irvin moves to the inside of Chad Little. Harry Hyde is the crew chief on that car for the remainder. And look at Rusty Wallace and Mark Martin playing tag out there.
Martin's trying to get by Rusty, and Rusty has nothing to do with it, so he kind of blocked him down the straightaway. When that happens, the driver's kind of telling the fellow behind him, look, I can get through the corner better than you can. The only reason you're outrunning me is because of the draft. Just follow me. That's what he's trying to tell Martin. And Martin is not listening. He's not listening.
3 wide going through here. Something's got to give. Mark Martin will hit the brakes and fall in behind Chad Little.
That's the difference in shifting and not shifting. Is the 2 car shifting now?
The 2 car is shifting.
I'm surprised that Martin was able to drive by him down the back straightaway line.
Well, the 6 car is also shifting.
I know that.
I understand, yeah.
I was going to say that was the advantage that the 6 car had. Oh, there's a spin back behind them.
Spin up in turn 3. Terry Labonte is involved.
I don't think Terry's hit anything yet. I think it's just fun.
However, there is a car that is up against the wall in turn number 3.
It looked like Ted Musgraves. I'm not sure. We'll
see that or Dick Trickle. I don't know either. There's Terry Labonte, who doesn't appear to be hurt as far as the car is concerned. I think he just did sloop it and not hit anything. However, there is a car up against the wall in turn number 3.
I don't know what the rule is when pit road is closed like that and you spin on the pit road.
The 24 car of Dick Trickle, you were right, Bob, that hit the wall there. And a lot of damage to his car as he comes into the pits.
Okay, we have a replay of it. Watch the top of your screen.
There we see Trickle's car and Labonte, both of them go up. And Labonte just barely missed the wall, but Trickle was not that fortunate. And Labonte goes down between cars. And watch, Sterling Marlin almost clobbers the 94 car.
Labonte was able to drive into the pits, and so was Dick Trickle in the 24 car. A lot more damage to the 24 than the 94, however. But Labonte does remain on pit road for the moment as the 5th caution flag of the day is displayed. And here's another angle from our camera being handheld on the flag stand. Looks like there may have been some contact between those 2 cars before they slid up into the wall.
When the cars spin like that normally you would think there was some contact, and all the accidents today that we've seen, with the lone exception of the one car, there was no contact.
And here is another angle of the incident. Yeah, we couldn't really see the contact there.
Oh, there might have been some contact up earlier. There was no contact between Labonte and Dick Trickle. As a matter of fact, Labonte was the victim of circumstances, and there is some damage to the left side of that car. He hit Trickle. He went between Trickle and the wall, and there is some damage to the left side. I wondered why Labonte came in the pits rather than going around. I understand now, because there is some damage.
So we have had, within the first 30 laps of this race, 5 caution periods and some sheet metal badly damaged. No driver injuries, however. Alan Kulwicki heads toward the pits. Here's Jerry Punch.
Actually, he could have run probably 40 laps. They were planning on pitting him before lap 40, and they realized that Ken Schrader can probably go 50 laps. At least that's what they tell us, according to their fuel mileage. So Kulwicki will come in now and get a full tank of fuel and fresh tires. Alan's still looking for that first win of 1991. And Joe Ruttman also in on the bottom of your screen, getting a look at our split screen pit stops as Kulwicki's crew now changes the right side tire. 4 tires for Ruttman. Alan Kulwicki will get his right side tires, and now a little bit of a trouble on the right side as they have to finally get the car off the jack. Danny Glad running around on the left side. They had a problem on the right side. Ruttman is out, and Kulwicki is still in the pits. Fortunately, it is a caution flag pit stop, so it won't hurt him that much. Left side tires going on. Alan Kulwicki will pull away. Remember, 65 miles per hour on pit road, and Alan Kulwicki is one of those drivers who has gotten the speeding ticket this year for being a little too quick. So he's very careful exiting here at Pocono.
Dale Jarrett also comes out, but at the top of your screen you can see that Davey Allison remains on pit road. And this is under caution. There's Davey, as he still has problems in that Havoline Ford. We'll be back with more of our live coverage from Pocono. Like we're going to be driving to Philly, huh? That's not a bad idea.
Evidently,
because it does make any difference. See,
I didn't have.
They're going to make so many pit stops
tomorrow morning. I might think of that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. They must have predetermined they're going to make so many pit stops, and that's it.
Yeah.
Schrader. Evidently, they've decided they're just going to make so many pit stops, and it doesn't matter when they come.
I mean, you wonder why he's not pitting on the caution when he's going to have to pit on the green. Well,
but he can pit on the green and still stay in the lead lap.
Still stay in the lead lap. That's right. So it's not that big a deal.
All right. Back at Pocono, we look up the straightaway as the field is once again under caution. Once again, here's how to enter the ESPN Pick the Winning Chevy Sweepstakes. Call 1-900-933-9300 before the halfway lap, then stay tuned to see which car is the first Chevy to finish. If your entry is selected, you have given the correct Chevy winner, you will win your choice of any Chevy Lumina, including the fabulous Z34. As you look up the straightaway, you might think that it's cloudy and about to rain, but instead of clouds, it is a haze that is over Pocono and has been for the past few days. Very hot, steamy, sticky conditions with temperatures in the 90s and humidities in the 60 and 70% range. Inside Dale Jarrett Sitco Ford once again as we remain under caution. Well, they say timing is everything. They say timing is everything in comedy. Well, it's also very important in auto racing. Here's this week's Track Fact. Track Facts are brought to you by Quaker State. The Big Q is one tough motor oil.
You're looking at a conventional timing chain which surrounds this cam gear and crank gear. Now, this double width metallic chain looks to be very strong, but looks are deceiving. In recent years, The increased compression and increased valve tension in Winston Cup engines has caused failure in many of these chains, therefore ruining the motor. Well, recently, many of the top teams have gone to this rather unique Kevlar belt. It's a belt drive system. Space-age technology here, folks, much like the space shuttle. This belt, extremely strong, surrounds these gears and is mounted in the front of the engine. The advantage here, of the teams we talked to, not a one said they'd had a failure.
I tell you what, timing chains have put me out of more races. You're always going through a session that you get bad timing chains, and you go along and you break a timing chain. 3 years later, you're back breaking timing chains again.
At Pocono International Raceway, we're glad you could join us for our live coverage on this Sunday afternoon of the Miller Genuine Draft 500.
All right.
Oh, Kawicki, I'm telling you what, every time,
never fails.
Never fails. It absolutely never fails.
So who hasn't pitted?
Chad Little and 25.
All right.
Richard Broom said if they get 3 more laps of caution, they can make it all the way. Oh, these guys are a piece of work out here, I tell you. We get a chance, I want to tell Rick Hendrick's story. I think that's pretty humorous.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Are we right, Jerry, that they just a determined number of laps? I mean, they're going to make a determined number of pit stops.
Hey, I think that's what they've predetermined here. But exactly, yeah. By the way,
hey guys, I got an interesting story down here. Harry and Chad were talking. Chad wanted to come in on this caution to pit. Harry said, "No, keep your track position. We're running 9th right now." He said, "You get more TV and more girls that way." And Chad said something back to him that we didn't quite make out. And Harry said, "Look," he says, "I draw more girls with my bush hog than this team does right now."
Have just taken the green flag on lap number 35 to resume our 200-lap, 500-mile race here at Pocono today. Ken Schrader leading in 25, Bill Elliott is second. Hut Strickland runs third, and Dale Earnhardt is in 4th position, followed by Ernie Irvan.
And Hut Strickland is coming. Tell you what, he just made a move just as they threw the greens. Earnhardt got position on turn 1, and here comes Ernie trying to get position on Dale. No, Dale comes down. I'm telling you, Strickland went on the outside. Watch it. I'm telling you, he's coming. He's on the inside of Bill Elliott.
He's going to take 2nd position. Hut Strickland in the Rebestos Buick, prepared by Bobby Allison, takes 2nd spot. Now sets his sights on the leader, Ken Schrader.
There's Richard Petty right in the middle of our screen is Darrell Waltrip down on the inside, and Waltrip being drafted closely by Ricky Rudd. And here comes Richard. He's on the inside of Brett Bodine.
Richard's running 14th at the moment.
Bobby Hillin in the mellow yellow Pontiac. Kyle Petty's ride that he will have as soon as his leg gets mended sufficiently.
In the Quaker State Buick is right behind King.
Saw Kyle this week. He's now on a cane. He's off the crutches on the cane. And Kyle, I'll tell everyone, you're looking really good. Nice suntan, working hard in therapy, and we'll be back fairly soon.
And very anxious. And now Irvan challenges Dale Earnhardt and takes over 4th spot.
Here comes Harry again. John Curran talked about those threes. Here comes Harry. He has position on Earnhardt.
Down that long front straightaway. Ernie Irvan is side by side with Bill Elliott for 3rd position. Look at Mark Martin go to the inside and move alongside Harry Gant.
And takes the spot away.
Wow.
Well, it's always fun to watch a race here at Pocono.
It really is.
They spread out going down that front straightaway, and you don't know who's going to get in that turn first.
I think can go 5 and 6 wide coming down the straightaway.
Meanwhile, there's Rusty Wallace pulled up on the back bumper there again. Rusty must realize that it's the sponsor's race, the Miller Genuine Draft 500, because his Miller Genuine Draft Pontiac running is stronger than the year.
He's got about 30-some more horsepower than he's had under the hood of that car. He was tickled to death this morning talking to him. Said the car was handling good, and he said, I believe he said 38 more horsepower than he ever had. That's a lot of horsepower.
Yeah, probably a couple mile an hour this place.
Rusty, of course, the winner at Bristol earlier this year. Place will be not too long from now. There's Schrader continuing to lead with Strickland second, then Irvin, Elliott, Earnhardt, Martin.
See how much wider that Schrader went in turn 1 than Hut Strickland? That means that he's trying to get the car freed up. But the car's a little bit too tight, so he's taking that wide entry in there so that he can keep the car as free as possible all the way through the corner as Martin takes a look on the inside of Earnhardt.
Going into that tunnel turn, but he thinks better of it.
He's seen too many rear ends banged up this afternoon to try to do too much through these tunnel corners and the flat corner. And once again, he's going to try it in the short chute.
This may be a better opportunity here, but I don't think he has the momentum build up. No, he does not. As they go into the relatively flat turn number 3.
Now he'll try to get a running start coming off of here. And down yeah, he was. He's just going to stay in line. How nice they're coming down there this time. Well, only Harry pulled up just for a moment. But back there just single file. Morgan Shepherd problem here in the Motorcraft Ford.
Shepherd heading for his pit here on lap number 38.
And you think something's wrong, that it might be blown up or what?
He's not headed for his pit. He's headed for the garage area.
So it does look like that. You see no smoke. That's usually a sign of a broken timing chain. But since Jerry says that they now have something, a Kevlar belt, that they don't break them anymore, obviously it's something else.
Well, Morgan is in the 11th place in the points standings coming into this race. He's won $254,000 so far. I understand that he might have had an engine bearing go bad in the engine.
Now we'll see who makes the move to the inside. Ernie Irvin back there in 3rd position. Looks like he wants to, but it's Mark Martin who goes inside and takes a look on Dale Earnhardt. No, not this time.
Takes a look. He pulled out hoping Harry Gant would go with him. The two cars could hook up and draft by Earnhardt. But when Harry did not go immediately with him, that just left him hung out to dry. There's nothing he could do except fall back in behind Earnhardt.
Earnhardt leading the points. This time last year, Mark Martin was leading the Winston Cup points. But this year, Mark Martin is back in 8th spot, about 368 behind Dale Earnhardt.
Mark Martin is just not getting in the flat 3rd corner. And look at Ernie now. He is really tucked up on the back of Hut Strickland now.
This is for 2nd place. Schrader leads. Hut Strickland and Ernie Irvin battling for 2nd.
You know, it's pretty impressive, the jobs. Caution flag is out.
Dale Jarrett, possible cause. Yep, he spun off the turn number 3. Car in the infield. Looks like it's moving.
It's going the wrong way, but it's moving. He's trying to start it. We see that's the starter. He has his left hand on. He's holding the throttle down there, and it starts up. We saw the vibration on the shifter. That means the engine was running again.
He's very close to the entrance of the pits. We'll take a look at it. Watch the upper part of your screen. This is from our speed shot just off of turn 3. And you see the dust kicked up, but shot's a little wide. Can't really see what happened. But Dale,
something happened. Started in the corners where Dale had his problem, and the end result was coming off the corner.
Did a couple of loops down there, bringing out our 6th caution period so far today in the first 41 laps of this race. As you can see, Dale is moving again as we go inside with him. Well, we've gone 41 laps here. Are we going to see a pit stop by Ken Schrader now? He's given up and ignored all of the other opportunities. Is this the time?
He's gone over 100 miles.
We see his crew. See his crew right behind Doyle Ford. They have jack in hand.
I would think they would come in this time. Surely.
Chad Little is also not pitted. Harry Hyde instructing him to stay out there on the racetrack, but there is the Schrader pit crew as they get set to come in. Is he coming in, Jerry?
I believe he is, Bob. In fact, they're playing a little game with Kenny in the car. They have a lot of fun here on top of being very serious about their racing. But Richard Broom probably keeps his drivers relaxed more than any other crew chief I know. Every time the caution would come out, Kenny would say, "Now, can I come in now?" And Broom would say, "No, not yet." So this time the caution came out, and Kenny said, "Now, when am I going to come in? I mean, don't keep me in suspense, guys." He said, "Okay, next time by, come on in." So they're keeping their driver loose, and as we wait for Kenny Schrader down here. And by the way, Kenny Schrader and all of the Hendrick crew wanted to say hello to their boss, Rick Hendrick, and even though he's a successful entrepreneur and car owner, he's not immune from accident. Last night he fell off a bicycle, broke his toe, also broke his wrist on a bicycle. Richard Broom says, "Hey, we were going to trust this guy in a race car in Topeka, and he can't even ride a bicycle." But Rick Hendrick is home watching his cars run very well, as now Kenny Schrader brings what was the leading car on the pit road where we are waiting, and they will service the car as we expect with 4 tires, clean the windshield, 2 cans of 76 gasoline. And also, we are told a minute ago from Richard Broom that if you watch the service on the Kodiak Chevrolet, Schrader chose not to shift during the race. They don't have the overdrive in his car, whereas Ricky Rudd's crew does have the overdrive. So it is working so far for Kenny Schrader. He's been pit stop, and let's go up pit road to John Kernan.
Jeremy talked about Richard Broom keeping Kenny loose. Harry Hyde has taken over Chad Little's team this week as the crew chief, and he's been keeping him loose. They've been telling Chad to stay out, stay out. You're going to get more TV time if you stay out. So, Harry, you were right. Here's your TV time. Chad in for a 4-tire stop. It moved all the way up to 3rd, but it dropped back out of the top 10. And now he is down and away with 4 tires and a full load of fuel.
Caution remains out, and it's because of this incident involving Dale Jarrett. Here it is from his in-car camera.
Going across a short chute, just going in turn 3. That's right behind Greg Sachs, and he goes up and tries to get inside Sachs, makes just a little bit of contact with Sachs, and when he turned away from Sachs to try to dodge him, that's when he lost control.
A lot of tire screeching, but I don't believe the car hit anything.
Didn't sound like it hit anything hard. He has been in the pit since then. And the Wood brothers have put 4 new tires on the sit-go Ford, so he's ready to go again, I guess.
Hi, Dale. Looks like he's looking at the camera. More concerned, I think, with getting back into competition here at Pocono International Raceway. We'll be back after this.
Yeah, he wasn't doing a very good job of coming back up through the field quick. He had only passed 2 or 3 cars.
Okay. All right. And Jerry will tell us, right? Okay. Okay. Welcome back to Pocono International Raceway and live coverage of the Miller Genuine Draft 500 on ESPN Speed World. Under our 6th caution because of a spin down in turn 3 by Dale Jarrett. During this caution period, and when we saw some cars come in for pit stops, they popped the hood on Alan Kulwicki's Hooters Ford. Jerry, what was the story?
Well, Bob, as you noticed, Allen was not making very good progress back through the field after they made his initial stop at lap 30. Apparently the car was just too tight, so they came in, raised the hood. They took a rubber spacer out from between the right front spring to try to loosen the car up a little bit. It should help the car a little bit. Also, they figured if Schrader's going to come in, they could follow Schrader back up through the field when the green comes back out. Let's check in further up pit road where John Kernan is. John?
Jerry, I'm down at Mark Martin's pit. He just came in, took on 4 tires and fuel. Now, the reasoning behind that, a little bit of strategy by Robin Pemberton, Steve Neal, and Jack Roush. He can now go the rest of the way on 3 fuel stops. You recall that Mark had stopped on lap 22, wasn't due back in until around lap 57. So they decided to come in earlier than that, take advantage of this caution, and now they can go on 3 stops.
We have a lap to go until green. We'll take another short break and be right back for the restart of our race. Boy, isn't that the truth? What's the deal?
And Hut's leading the race.
Mm-hmm.
Who?
What? Good. At Pocono International Raceway, I'm Bob Jenkins, along with Ned Jarrett, Benny Parsons, John Kernan, and Dr. Jerry Punch. And the Cincinnati Reds will be playing the Pittsburgh Pirates on Sunday Night Baseball tonight at 8 o'clock here on ESPN. The Reds finally broke their losing streak, which extended back before the All-Star game yesterday when they beat the Pirates. And they will go at it again tonight at 8 o'clock Eastern Time, live here on ESPN and Sunday Night Baseball. Green flag flies, back to racing. Hut Strickland is the leader of the race. Ernie Irvin is second, then Elliott, Earnhardt, Gant, and Wallace.
Hut Strickland moves over to the inside, trying to get some drafting help with Terry Labonte to keep the 4-car behind him, and it worked. Look how high when they got in a little bit too hard down in turn 1, went up the racetrack. He's going to give Ernie a shot on him down the back straightaway. Bill Elliott off the pace.
Way off the pace as everybody streams by him on the inside as that Coors number 9 has a flat left rear. You can see it.
Slow down, Bill. Slow down. You don't want to go around this racetrack because these flat tires, they get hot, they'll fly apart.
And he is a long way from his pit area. Just now going through the tunnel turn and onto the short chute between turns 2 and 3.
I say that tire was probably flat when he was running around under the caution, but he didn't know it. He couldn't feel it until he got up to speed. And once he went into turn 1, he realized it. So that's too bad.
Irvin drafting on Hut Strickland. And the crew, Elliott's crew, waits patiently for Bill to bring that car in so that they can change that left rear tire. Jerry?
Indeed they are. What a tough break for the man who had such a great day going in Daytona. Remember, though, he had to stop and go in Daytona, so he can come back. Elliott bringing the Coors Light forward to a halt. They will go ahead and change all 4 tires, cleaning some of the debris off the front grill section. A tough break for Austin Bill. A 4-time winner. Right side tires are on, coming around to the left side, cleaning the windshield. And a good chance that he will lose a lot of time here to the green. Leaders coming to turn 3 right now. Elliott still on pit road. Remember, he can only run 65 miles an hour. 23.9 seconds. He is down pit road, but the leaders are also on the front stretch.
Yeah, well, he goes 65 miles an hour out of pit road. Here come the leaders at about 140 or 50 miles an hour, and Bill Elliott will lose a lap.
Yeah, I think he could have just changed right side tires and could have stayed in the lead lap. But they were concerned about whatever caused that one to go flat, but he's going to be there with 4 new tires right with the leaders. He should be able to, new tires will run a little bit faster, so he should be able to get back in the lead lap. We'll see.
Well, he is a lap down right now, but is right behind the leader.
because he had to come down pit road slow at 65 miles per hour and leave slow is the reason he's a lap down. If he could have come down at 100 miles an hour like he used to, he would be a few car lengths in front. But right now, he is beside the leader, Hut Strickland.
And he unlaps himself. Elliott going into turn number 3 and laps himself, and Rusty Wallace picks up a position on Dale Earnhardt. That will be for 3rd spot.
Rusty slips just a little bit, though, and Earnhardt gets right back on the inside. There's Harry Gant on the inside of Terry Labonte. Of course, Terry is a lap down.
Labonte involved in one of our incidents that we have had so far today, so Labonte is a lap down. And now Earnhardt and Wallace go into turn number 1, almost side by side, with Earnhardt just slightly ahead of the Pontiac. Look at Harry Gant.
Close. I guess Harry just kind of knew that Rusty was going to do that, so he backed up and gave him enough room, because that's what we've seen all day. A fella try to come down in the groove, get bumped by the guy behind him, and back into the wall.
You know, I've seen Harry Gant make several good, solid, sensible, conservative moves so far today. I believe he's just sitting there, just sort of riding. Let those fellows do their thing up there, stay out of trouble. There, Rusty slipped a little bit again. Gant backed off. Didn't get up there and rub him or anything. Let him get straightened out. Later in this race, he's going to be a factor.
Now Irvin makes a bid for the lead on Hut Strickland right at the start-finish line. Ernie gets to the inside and momentarily sticks the nose ahead, and as they go into turn 1, yes, Ernie Irvin takes the lead.
See how far Bill Elliott has pulled ahead of them once he moves around Hut Strickland? Elliott's car is fast. And of course, with those new tires, that's really helped him. Ernie Irvin, the man up front now.
Hut Strickland now back in 2nd position.
Late speed coming into the pits, an unscheduled stop for him.
And he's going even slower than 66 miles per hour, it appears. There he comes to a stop on pit road. This is from Inkai. John Kernan, what's the problem?
He's radioed in. He feels he has a tire going down. They're going to change tires as the crew goes to work on the right side of the car right now. Blake called in, said that he felt a vibration. Now, whether they change 2 or 4 is going to be academic. He's still up on the jack, and there goes Ernie Irvin, the leader, and Lake goes a lap down.
Lake speed will accelerate out of pit lane rather slowly. Took 19.2 seconds for that pit stop. Here's the battle on the racetrack, however. Fred Bodine, Richard Petty, Rick Mast, Joe Rutland, and others are following each other.
Sterling Marlin, Alan Kowicki, and also Mark Martin behind this string of cars. We see Kowicki pull down like he's going to try to go by, but can't pull up on Sterling Marlin.
That's about 11th through, what, 16th or 17th? Remember, Martin made a pit stop on this last caution, so he's coming back up through there pretty good. Now Kowicki running good again after he came in and made the adjustment on his car that Jerry Kunch reported. Moving to the inside of Sterling Marlin.
Kowicki makes the pass on Sterling Marlin coming off the 3rd turn. Mark Martin now pulls alongside of Sterling.
Mark is on the inside trying to draft along with Kowicki to get by the 22 car. He makes it.
Irvin, meanwhile, hey, he's pulling away a little bit from Hut Strickland.
Yeah, that's probably 10 car lengths back to the 12 car, the Revestis Buick. So Ernie Irvin, he told me that he had a fast car here in June, but he made a late pit stop. The car fell off the jack. He went to completely to the rear of the field. And we know how important track position is, especially at a racetrack like this. He did work his way back to 6th, which he felt was pretty good.
Yeah, he finished 6th in that race a little more than a month ago here at Pocono. Right now, Ernie Irvin leads this race with Strickland running in 2nd spot. We'll be back in just a moment with more of our live coverage. What's his first name? Martin?
Rusty?
He was on 3rd edition, Kenny, of NASCAR Video Magazine. 2nd? Okay.
Rusty's taking over 3rd. No, okay.
2-car got better than 3 on your
We are live today at Pocono International Raceway near Long Pond, Pennsylvania for the NASCAR Miller Genuine Draft 500, being led right now after 54 laps by Ernie Irvan. Our Speed World coverage is being brought to you by Ford and your Ford dealer. Have you driven a Ford lately? And by Subway, sandwiches and salads made fresh before your eyes. Well, let's go down to Jerry Punch, who's with.
Well, Bob, there are thousands of fans enjoying the race today, and one of the special fans seeing his first ever NASCAR race live. He's watched a bunch of them on ESPN. Is Atlantic record recording artist Martin Del Rey from Nashville, Tennessee. And Martin, welcome to NASCAR racing.
Thank you very much, Jerry. This is fantastic, man. This is great.
Do you have a favorite today?
Well, my all-time favorite has always been Richard Petty, the king, but I'm pulling for 2 guys, one from Tennessee, one from Arkansas. Darrell Waltrip, since I live in Nashville and I'm originally from Arkansas, so I'm kind of rooting for Mark Martin too.
Now your hit album and hit single Get Rhythm was a video with Johnny Cash. I understand that is on the new NASCAR Video Magazine that's out the 2nd issue. I know it's hard to hear here. Anyway, glad to have you with us. Hope you enjoy the afternoon. Good to have you here.
Thank you very much, Jerry. Appreciate it.
Martin Del Rey, Atlantic recording artist from Nashville, Tennessee, enjoying some great NASCAR racing. Bob?
Yeah, he's on the 2nd edition of NASCAR Racing Video Magazine with you, isn't he, Benny?
Yes, he sure is. Has his video on the very tail end of the racing video.
Watching Ken Schrader, he has come up from 22nd position. That's where he restarted after that pit stop, and he has headed for the front.
Earnhardt slips a little bit. Schrader pulls right down on the inside of him. You notice Harry Gant just goes right along there behind Earnhardt.
Schrader moves into 4th position. Earnhardt back to 5th, and Gant runs 6th.
It's impressive that Schrader's able to do this on new tires, go through the field the way he has, but it was also impressive as we see Harry Gant finally try to get by Dale Earnhardt, gets a run coming off the corner. But I was impressed with the way Schrader stayed in front on those used tires before he made the pit stop.
Obviously saying something about how that car is performing today.
Harry just can't get by Earnhardt. He had position coming off the corner, but Earnhardt's engine evidently pulling Harry at the end of the straightaway.
I don't think Earnhardt's car is handling too good right now. He's letting him slip a little bit in the turns. We've seen him slip a couple of times. Costing him a little bit of time. There you see Gant pulling up on him now as he comes off of that turn.
As we mentioned in the open, Dale Earnhardt is trying to break a string of the last 3 years whereby the leader in Winston Cup points at this time in the season has not gone on to win the Winston Cup championship. Wallace in '88. And of course, Elliott won the championship.
Here comes Sterling Marlin on the inside. There's Ricky Rudd, Joe Ruttman, Alan Kawicki, Richard Petty. All of them trying to fight for position.
They have really been jockeying around back there. Sterling Marlin looks like he's off the pace a little bit as Dale Jarrett goes by him on the outside.
Yes, exactly. 22 car is off the pace.
Off the pace substantially as he drops that car to the inside of the racetrack, and the Maxwell House Ford is in trouble.
Some of these fellows are going to have pit stops coming up before too long. I wouldn't think that he would have run out of gas, Bob, quite this early. But they've run, most of them made their pit stop on lap 22, and we're now on the 58th lap, so that's 36 laps. Yeah. So they will have pit stops coming up here before long. A big part of the field that stopped on lap 22.
Schrader and Rusty Wallace and Dale Earnhardt and Harry Gant. Boy, all of these guys are just going at it tooth and nail. Watch Ken Schrader here. And Rusty Wallace. Schrader gets the spot.
And And Gant has finally gotten by Dale Earnhardt, but he moves up the racetrack a little bit. Earnhardt looked like he's going to try to come back on the inside.
Schrader now is third. Wallace is fourth. There's Gant in fifth. Then Earnhardt. Remember, 94 car Labonte is a lap down. And then Jeff Bodine, and we go inside, is Budweiser fourth.
Sterling Marlin did make it back to the pits while we watched this battle out on the racetrack. I believe Sterling did run out of gas. There seemed to be 4 tires and filling it up with gas. And here now, Schrader trying to take over the second position from Hut Strickland.
And he's going to do so with ease. He gets the car to the inside of the racetrack off of turn number 3. And Ken Schrader has moved back to second position. And now Rusty Wallace begins to close in on Hut Strickland.
I think that Ken Schrader served notice. I'm the car to beat.
I think you're right. In the 4 car, that's the leader of the race. Ernie Irvan is preparing for a pit stop.
I think we're going to see a lot of cars in the next 5 or 6 laps for a pit stop.
And meanwhile, Schrader can run for another 25, 30 laps.
There's the interval between first and second. You can see that Ernie Irvan has built up quite a substantial lead. However, is in need of a pit stop, and the crew waits on him. Let's see if it occurs this time. Yes, it's going to. Ernie Irvan comes down off of the 3rd turn, and let's go to John Kernan.
This is expected, actually they expected Ernie to come in about 2 laps, but his fuel light came on just as he was coming off of turn 3, the last lap. So Tony Glover said, Ernie, get the car into the pits and we'll take care of you on the very next lap. They're waiting. Seems like an eternity. We're all the way down in pit number 2 toward turn 1. Ernie pulls it in. They will go to work on the right side. Hand Ernie a nice cool drink, getting some gasoline, and his car is still running, so he's not quite out. They have to get that front grill clean to make sure that the car doesn't overheat. 4 tires under green. They need a really good stop here. Lights are already on. Lefts are going on. They get them on. No mud guts falling off at this point. And Ernie sitting there waiting. Gasoline in 23.4 seconds.
Pit stop than last time for Ernie Irvan. This comes under green. He falls back substantially on the field.
But he will stay on the lead lap, Bob. He's getting out pretty far in front of
Rusty Wallace now comes in for a pit stop, and Jerry Touch is right there to call pit stop.
As expected, Jimmy Makar and the crew are waiting on Rusty Wallace, and we will have the crew cam on Todd Parrott. Our crew cam on Todd Parrott as you see him run across to the car. Crew beginning to work on the right side of the machine. Now Todd Parrott is carrying the tires. He will throw that right rear tire down. You see him looking at the tire, replacing the lug nuts. Eddie Dickerson putting those lug nuts on, and now they jump around to the left side of the car. Work continuing on Rusty Wallace's car on the crew cam as they're getting ready to stop Rusty Wallace to pitch the lead car of Hut Strickland. Rusty Wallace's crew now left side tire zone, 22.6 seconds, and the Miller Genuine Draft Pontiac is away.
Some great shots there from the crew cam as Rusty Wallace goes back out onto the racetrack from Todd Parrott. Speaking of camera angles, did you see Saturday Night last night and the tread cam? Wasn't that unbelievable?
Sure did. What a great shot. The camera embedded in the racetrack.
Yeah.
Hut Strickland now coming down pit road. He had assumed the lead after Ernie Irvan made a pit stop. Let's go back to the pits.
Well, Bobby Allison's Rebecca Buick. Jimmy Fitting in the crew waiting on Hut. Scheduled pit stop for Hut Strickland. They will make a chassis adjustment on the right rear. Jimmy Fitting now back across the wall. They have cleaned the windshield. Remember, NASCAR watching very closely the number of people over the wall. Right side tires are on. They pitted on lap 21, so they have run 40 laps or 100 miles on the track. And also in front of them, Ricky Rudd is getting service in his Tide Chevrolet as the Rebecca Buick is down and away. Rudd's crew continues to get service, and the Goodrich Chevrolet of Dale Earnhardt will follow Hut Strickland down pit road.
And then comes Rick Mast as Ricky Rudd's Tide machine stays on pit road. Now down off the jacks on the left side. It begins to build up speed coming out of the pits. As the lead now goes to
Kenny Schrader. There's Harry Gant, Jeff Bodine.
It could be as many as 20 laps before Ken Schrader will need another pit stop. 63 circuits have been completed out of 200. This is the Miller Genuine Draft 500 from Pocono International Raceway. Back in a moment.
Rudd went a lap down.
Hitting on all 8 today.
Brett Ledine went a lap down. Brett went a lap down. So did Rudd on those pit stops.
Yep. All right, sir.
Here comes Brett trying to get his lap back. About timing is everything. Schrader stayed out there, caught the perfect caution flag, and all the rest of them chose to stay. Now they're in trouble, and he's out just driving.
The yellow has come out once again here at Pocono because of a crash back in turn number 2. We see a car that has slid to the inside and kicked up some dust. It appears to be the number 64 car, and that would be Gary Wright's machine.
Boy, this is going to be a break for some drivers, Bob, who had not made a pit stop. Bad break for others. Ricky Rudd went a lap down when he made his pit stop, and I don't think he beat Schrader back to the line, did he, Benny?
That was my question. I don't know which one if the caution fell before or after they got to the line. If it was after, I would think that Schrader would probably let the 5 car go by. So we're just...
Well, evidently, Schrader did get the caution because he has slowed down and Rudd is slow behind him. So evidently they did get the caution. Let's go to the pits and Jerry Punch.
Remember at the top of the show, guys, we saw a close-up of Darrell Waltrip's eyes. Well, if you saw him right now, you'd see a big smile on his face because they were scheduled to pit in 1 lap. So you mentioned it was a break for someone. Well, indeed. At Daytona, he didn't get much of a break, flipping 6 times. But here at Pocono, again, things are going his way because right on cue, the caution came out, and DW will bring the Western Auto Chevrolet down pit road for what would have been a scheduled green flag, but now caution flag stop.
He had moved up to 4th place as a result of a lot of those pit stops.
And let's remember that Bill Elliott now has made his lap back up. He was in front of Schrader when his caution flag came up. Jerry Punch.
Pit stops as the crews and cars now coming down pit road. Ken Schrader, Jeff Bodine. Here's Darrell Waltrip, Harry Gann, Mark Martin, and Alan Kowicki as they all make their way on the pit road. And here's DW and the Goodrich, pardon me, the Western Auto Chevrolet, the Exxon Superflow car. And we'll show you Kenny Schrader as well as this Kodiak crew going to work on that car. Schrader on the top of your screen, Jeff Hammond and the Western Auto crew on the bottom of your screen. 4 tires for Kenny Schrader, Richard Froome and the crew. Likewise, 4 tires. They're hustling through here. Doug Roger. Schrader is out, getting all the fluid. Western Auto car, Darrell Waltrip. And we will see now Ken Schrader will beat Darrell Waltrip down, but here comes the Budweiser car. Jeff Bodine. Harry Gann is out. Likewise, Morgan Shepherd and Harry Gann. Great work there by that crew as they make their way down pit road. And here is Bill Elliott in for tires, the Coors Light crew, right side tires. They dance around on the left side of the car. Jack beneath the left side of that car. Our latest winner here in Winston Cup Racing and a 4-time Pocono winner. Elliott getting service under the caution. So as you said, Ned Jarrett, Benny Parsons, and Bob, a lot of breaks for some of these teams who desperately needed a green flag stop and now get to make the stop under the leisure of the yellow flag.
And Elliott completes his work, goes out onto the racetrack, and is hoping to become the winningest driver in Pocono history with a victory here this afternoon. Well, we're getting closer to the halfway point. Call now to enter the ESPN Pick the Winning Chevy Sweepstakes. To enter, all you have to do is dial 1-900-933-9300 before the halfway lap. If your entry is selected and you have given the correct Chevy winner, you could win a new Chevy Lumina Z34. Stay tuned to see which car is the first Chevy to finish. Here at Pocono, 66 laps have been completed out of 200. We'll be back with more from Pocono and the Miller Genuine Draft 500 right after this.
Well, Ned, Schrader. Well, Ned, Schrader blew that theory that there's going to make so many pit stops.
What? Yeah, it's working. I'm just messing with you. I'm messing with you.
Well, thank you. I didn't hear you say throw-ins. I just kept talking. Hey, John carried it at Daytona, so I thought I'd give him a little help today for a change.
Look at that, Ned. They're putting a new nose, guys, on the 28 car.
Wow.
Very good. Red is?
No.
Just so you know, the 28 car is running hot. That's why they had to change the nose.
Back at Pocono, under caution, work on pit road, and here's something that you don't see every race. They're putting a new nose on the 28 car.
A complete new nose piece on the 28 car. Jerry Bunch, what in the world are those guys doing?
Well, it's cosmetic surgery, Benny, of course, and that's happened to some of the best of us, I guess, over the years with when God wasn't very kind to us at birth. But in any event, all jokes aside, the real reason for the change of the nose on that car is because when he got in the crunch early in the afternoon, they put so much sheet metal back against the radiator, they just couldn't pull it out, and the car was just overheating. They couldn't get enough air through there and couldn't get it channeled properly to the oil cooler and to the radiator. They decided to go ahead and replace the nose and make sure they didn't cook an engine because they want to stay in the points race. They want to have a shot at getting a good finish here today at Pocono.
Well, Davey Allison finds himself now in 5th position in the point standings. They apparently have made the change. There goes Davey Allison back on the racetrack. We'll take another break and be back in just a moment.
I think that's a good shot, don't you?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. Good point. Yeah.
Boy, could we elaborate on that. That's the temperature inside the car. 115.
That's not bad. I mean, I always thought it was 130, 40 back then. Mikey. Check it when we get back to green flag after about 5 laps or so.
I start to say it'd probably be a little different then.
Accommodations for 2 people for 4 nights.
At Pocono International Raceway, and you're looking at a thermometer inside Jeff Bodine's car. It's reading 115 degrees inside that car. That's not
caution.
too bad.
Not too bad. That's under caution right now. The green flag's coming out. I believe we're ready to go green flag racing again. Yes, indeed we are. We'll see if that goes up gets the RPMs of that engine revved up.
You figure it's 92 or so outside. 115 isn't bad inside a closed race car. Into turn number 1. King Richard Petty, who is running in 6th position at the moment.
And he goes by. That's John Paul Jr., car 53.
Making his first Winston Cup start, by the way. The leader of the race is Ernie Irvin.
Ricky Rudd in the Tide Chevrolet right in front of Irvin is a lap down, right on the tail end of the lead. And he's trying his best to get that lap back.
Bobby Hillen running there in 5th position. Rusty Wallace and Dale Earnhardt are ahead of these two. King, Richard Petty. It's a wild card that he'll be playing later this afternoon. King Richard's best finish of the year came here at Pocono. He finished 11th. He was also 11th at Richmond earlier in the year. Pocono has been good to the King over the years. He has won on this racetrack twice, 1974 and 1976.
There we see Sterling Marlin, who lost a lap earlier with a flat tire, trying to get one of his laps down. He's on the move, trying to get inside Rudd, who is trying desperately to stay in front of Ernie Irvin. And look at Sterling Marlin go.
And look at that Strickland. He says, "Okay, Sterling, if you want to lead the way, I'll join you."
Ooh, baby. That was so close.
Now the battle for the lead continues. Sterling.
Look at Rusty Wallace on the inside in the right. Oh.
He had the left side tires down where you just don't go.
Oh, and a spin.
Hut Strickland.
And
a massive crash coming off turn number 3.
The racetrack is completely blocked. There's Dale Earnhardt backing down the racetrack.
Darrell Waltrip is involved. Dale Earnhardt, Ricky Rudd, Bobby Hillen, King Richard almost flipped, but he is among those that is running.
There's Earnhardt's car. We see some heavy damage to the left front.
Rudd pulling away.
Here comes Rudd pulling away, as is Alan Kowicki, and Dale Earnhardt is headed the wrong way on the racetrack, but now comes into pit road.
We see some heavy damage to that 42 car right in the left side of the screen.
Darrell Waltrip is against the inside wall. And poor Darrell suffers a second crash in as many races. The GM Goodrich crew going to work now on the 3 car.
Of course, the pit road was closed. They're still waving the flag up there, but Earnhardt figured he couldn't go around the racetrack. He just went up to the end of there's Richard Petty's car, but Earnhardt did come in with this, even though it was closed, so they're working on the car.
There's the King, and there's Darrell Waltrip's battered Western Auto Lumina.
We can see the damage that he's done to the guardrail. See the forward sign?
Oh, yeah.
How the guardrail is bent where Darrell has run into it. So there's some obvious and heavy damage to the front of his car. We see the emergency people talking to Darrell.
It looks like he was trying to start the car, and maybe he was thinking about getting going again. Let's hope that is the situation. The 25 car is also on pit road, as is Dale Earnhardt. Well, it all happened as Hut Strickland and Ernie Irvin were battling for the lead in turn 3.
They're coming off the corner. Ernie runs up and just touches the 12 car in the back enough to send him spinning. Hut almost saves it, but then he goes back across the racetrack, and look at Richard go over the nose of that 5 car. Here comes Earnhardt. He hits the 5. The 42 car comes off the wall, and boom, Darrell Waltrip hits the 42 car and then goes into the inside retaining wall.
I'll tell you, it's lucky that somebody didn't hit the abutment there separating the racetrack and pit road.
Here it is again, Hut up high. And you see, when they're coming off that turn, fellas, they can't just cut those cars to the left and get out of the way, because the momentum is going to the outside of the track. And so when something's in the way out there, they just aren't able to do much with the cars.
There we see the 42 car once again right in the smoke as he comes off.
Now, I have to keep my eye on Dale Jarrett. You know, he's sort of coming down through there for the 4th time today. He has weaved his way through one of those things. The gods are riding with him.
Here it is from the speed shot. You can see how Richard Petty's car gets way up in the air. It goes over the nose of 2 others.
And comes back down, luckily, on its wheels.
Strickland spins down to the end of pit road and out of the way of the other cars at least.
There we see the 42 car once again just spin right in front of Darrell Waltrip.
As far as the cleanup here on the main straightaway, both Bobby Hillens and Darrell Waltrip's cars are on the hook, being taken off of the racetrack, and it appears as if all drivers are in pretty good shape. But a lot of work has to be done on pit road to get some of these cars back in action. Back in a moment. I thought that kind of thing was over, but I guess not.
17 is done. The 42 is definitely done.
Was there anybody hurt? Do you know?
I know. Kenny, did you see?
Play that.
Did 3 lose a lap or not? Yes. Yes, 3 lost a lap.
Man, oh man.
Did 5 lose a lap?
Did all of them get out of the cars there? Kenny, did you see?
Yeah, I didn't see. I don't think 5 lost a lap. 5 was already a lap there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which yeah.
Our 8th caution period of the day, certainly the most serious of the afternoon, as a massive crash has eliminated several cars. And the cleanup procedure is underway here on the main straightaway. The accident in turn number 3. And Ricky Rudd is among those who was involved in the crash, and the crew is working on that car. There is the area here on the main straightaway. Darrell Waltrip hit that inside wall and caused the damage. Now, a replay of the crash from Dale Jarrett's in-car camera. Let's listen.
And that's the thing that you want to do when the wreck is over. Get out of there as soon as you can, because somebody's going to come and tag you if you don't.
You know what that shot reminded me of? Remember Days of Thunder when Cole Trickle drove through the crash? That looked exactly the way it was. Let's go to Jerry Punch on pit road.
Actually, Bob, we're back in the garage area, and Darrell Waltrip has climbed out of his car and is hugging his wife, Stevie. He is okay, obviously upset, but Darrell stayed in the race car. They brought the race car back into the garage area, and he was directing the repair efforts for the car here in the garage area. The crew now working feverishly to put this Western Auto car back together, and Darrell is here watching him work on the car. DW, first of all, you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm just really disgusted. You know, I don't know what's going on. It must be the summer heat, but we got some guys that are just not using any judgment.
How bad's the car hurt, DW?
Oh, it's tore all to pieces. We might be lucky to get going. I doubt it, though.
Darrell Waltrip obviously frustrated, but he is all right and thankful for that. And the replay here is the crew now. Richard Petty's car getting airborne. The STP Pontiac, Strickland sideways, Ricky Rudd sideways. Everything breaks loose. No way to stop. Earnhardt into the 5 car, heavy damage in the front of the Goodwrench Chevrolet of Dale Earnhardt. Car spinning and sliding. Richard Petty now comes down and sliding sideways in the car number 43. A tough break for a lot of competitors, including Richard Petty. And Darrell Waltrip getting tagged by Bobby Hill, and his car goes head-on into the wall. And then thus they have the Western Auto Chevrolet now back in the garage area trying to rebuild it. The front end, they will have to put a radiator, most of the front suspension. The motor seems to be okay. They're still looking at it here, but another tough day for DW.
Well, we talked at the opening how when you look into the eye of a storm, behind there could be disaster. And disaster has struck Darrell Waltrip for the second consecutive race. He's okay. So is Bobby Hillen. Everybody appears to be okay, and that's where Darrell's Chevy ran into the wall right at the Ford side.
And we see the NASCAR official, Buster, overlooking to make sure what they can do about the problem. John Kernan is down with Kenny Schrader. John.
Well, they're going to work here on the Kodiak Chevrolet. Kenny, a lot of damage on this front end. Can you fix it, do you think?
Oh, they'll get it fixed. These guys are good, but it won't put us up there in contention to win this thing, though.
What happened out there? I looked up and saw the cars coming down and just a bunch of smoke and just a big mess.
We were all in a pile going into 3, and we were 4 wide in the middle of that straightaway. We got down 2 wide. We looked pretty good, you know. And the 12 car started spinning. I don't know if he got help or what, but we made it through it. We didn't hit anything. We got run over from the back.
Thoughts from Kenny Schrader, who, by the way, has been a busy man. He has raced at various racetracks throughout the country 20 of the last 24 days.
But Kenny Schrader right now does not race. Rather, he sits in his car and hopes that the crew can get that car back in the race and at least get some more Winston Cup points.
And it looks like I thought that was the class of the field today, Ned. Did you think so?
Yeah, I thought he had the car to beat. He had come from the back and just was doing a super job. Now let's go back to this Jerry Punch.
Well, gentlemen, still a lot of carnage here in the garage area. What's left of the mellow yellow Pontiac of Bobby Hillen you see here in the garage, and of course the crew working on it, Gary Nelson and all the Sabco crew trying to rebuild the front end. His car came into contact with the Western Auto Chevrolet, Darrell Waltrip, a little bit ago. They have not seen their driver, Bobby Hillen, who's been taken to the infield care center. They have heard from Bobby, spoke with him on the radio. Bobby said he was okay, but NASCAR rules mandate when you take that kind of lick, and it's a precaution, it's a good one, I might add, that the drivers go be checked out at the infield care center, and that's where Hillen is. Now, they are working feverishly here to get the car repaired. Hopefully, when they get the car fixed and Hillen gets out of the care center, they'll be able to get back out and pick up some points. Remember, Bobby Hillen in the top 10 in the point standings.
All right, so work continues on Bobby Hillen's car. Dale Earnhardt also remains on pit road, and Earnhardt has not had a DNF because of an accident since the Firecracker 486. Back in just a moment. Okay. Who's left? Irvin.
I just hope they aren't running that commercial on the network showing Ernie Irvin by entering the contest.
Yeah. I tell you, he's
the only Chevy left, isn't he?
He and Dave Marcus, I believe they are.
Boy, the lines are going to get busy now. Yeah. Man, oh man. Okay.
Who's fourth in points?
Schrader.
So the top 4 all have trouble.
Yep.
We are back at Pocono International Raceway in Pennsylvania for the Miller Genuine Draft 500. 76 laps completed. We're still cleaning up a multi-car crash coming off of turn number 3. Here's how it all began.
You see the 12 car, that's Hut Strickland, just get tapped slightly by the 4 car, Ernie Irvin, the Kodak Chevrolet. Ricky Rudd tried to turn under Hut right in front of Richard Petty. They make contact. There's Earnhardt, the black 3. There's the 42 car. Oh, Bobby Hillen, and that hurts just watching it. He gets hit by Darrell Waltrip. Darrell goes down and hits the inside wall, and Kawicki, our pole sitter, comes along. He's made it through the accident until right there, Darrell Waltrip is in front of him.
Well, Bobby Hillen certainly took the hardest lick. Jerry Punch is with him.
Indeed, Bobby. I think you would agree. You probably took the hardest lick here in this race. First of all, how are you?
I'm fine, Jerry. You know, thank the Lord everybody's okay. It was really disappointing. It's the best run we've had going all year. We were right there with them, and just unfortunate a couple cars in front of us got together, and everybody started spinning, and I just felt like a pinball in there getting hit around that front straightaway. So, you know, just all the guys on the Melly Yellow crew are working hard. We're going to go back out and get all the points we can get.
Well, they're working on the car. We'll let you rejoin them back there. We'll hope you to get back out in this event. Let's go up on pit road where John Kernan is standing by with Richard Childress.
The Richard Childress racing team has been very busy over the past few minutes. Dale involved in that crash, but you're getting him back out, and you think you can still run this race?
Yeah, you know, right now it bent the right front of the frame up real high, and we're just going to have to go out there and run and do as good as we can right now and see what happens.
Yeah, you were also up around the oil cooler in that area. Any of that damage?
No, we just got it good now where you can talk.
He's talking to Dale right now.
Yeah, we're okay on the oil cooler. I think it just broke up all the everything on the nose.
Well, the car is a lot of sheet metal damage around it, a lot of bumps in it, dings, whatever you want to call it. The number is even torn a little bit on the door, but they're going to work on the car and keep it out there and try and get as many Winston Cup points as they can.
Boy, a lot of bent sheet metal. We're getting ready to go back to green. However, we haven't reached the halfway point yet, and that means you can still enter our Pick the Winning Chevy sweepstakes. Now, for those of you who have already entered, well, you may want to rethink things in view of what's happened in the last 10 minutes. Dial 1-900-933-9300. And if your entry is selected and you have given the correct Chevy winner, you could win a new Chevy Lumina Z34. So you still have the opportunity. We haven't reached the halfway point yet. We're only at lap 78, and we are about to go back to racing. Field comes off of corner number 3. The green flag waves from Doyle Ford, and here we go once again.
You see the Sunoco Oldsmobile of Terry Labonte up in the front. That car is a lap down, right on the tail end of the lead lap. And Mark Martin, the 6 car. Ooh, and there's a blown engine right behind them. That's the 53 car of John Paul Jr. loses an engine going down in turn 1 right in front of the field.
John Paul Jr., the former IMSA champion, making his first Winston Cup start. He finished 3rd in this car in an ARCA race here last month, and now some flames beginning to show from underneath that car. John Paul Jr., his engine is let go here at the restart of this race.
No caution yet. We understand that Ricky Rudd maybe has a flat tire, and if the caution should come out, would help him, but we don't yeah, the yellow is out now, so that will be a break for Ricky Rudd.
Yellow flies once again for the 9th time.
And here comes the 6 car in 94. Labonte trying desperately to get that lap back.
But he'll not do it as Mark Martin crosses the line first. This has been one action-packed, event-filled race so far, and we're only 79 laps in. Caution out once again for the 9th time in the Miller Genuine Draft 500. Okay.
We have anything to drink up here? Anybody want anything?
Yeah, I'd like a fresh one. Yeah.
There's some right next door.
Yeah.
There's some drinks right next door to us now.
We need to thank Fleetwood Motorhomes, and we need to mention Helen Pearson.
Yep.
First lap of caution is 80. It's supposed to be. Thanks, sweetie. No, that's all right. Bill, are you back yet?
Welcome back to our live coverage of the Miller Genuine Draft 500 from Pocono. This time the caution is because of a blown engine. And Mark Martin is coming into the pits as we remind you that the Toronto Indy, which is being held today up in Toronto, Ontario, Canada, can be seen tomorrow night at 7:30 Eastern Time here on ESPN. Here's John Kernan.
just talked to Jack Roush. Mark is coming in. He's making the pit stop for 4 tires. He said, hey, we want to win this race. We can now make it on only 2 stops. 1 more stop left to do. With 80 laps, he's got 120 laps to go, so he only needs 2 more stops. So this will be a 4-tire change. The crew doing work on the right side. A little bit leisurely, more so than you would see under green. Right sides are on. Left sides, Jack going under, ready to go up. Left's coming off. And on, he's getting a full drink of fuel. Also, others on pit row. I should say Kenny Schrader is now standing by waiting to go out. Mark is away, and Kenny has completed repairs, and he's headed back on the track.
And they have asked him, John, to bring Ricky Rudd in, and now he is on pit road. They're taking a look at his Tide Chevrolet. They have peeled the left door completely off the car, and he comes by. You can look through the roll bars and see Ricky in there shifting gears and driving the car. Now, NASCAR would like him to put a screen or something over that opening in the left side so that in case someone would have a problem or blow an engine or there'd be some debris on the track, it wouldn't be able to get through those roll bars in to injure the driver. So Ricky Rudd now sitting on pit road. He begins to move away back to turn 1 in his damaged Tide Chevrolet.
Another wounded car from that crash up in turn number 3 goes back out onto the racetrack to just complete as many laps as possible and get as many laps as possible. Dale Earnhardt also comes in for another time as they continue to work on that Goodwrench Chevrolet.
Bob, while we'll have a moment, there's another sad note in the world of auto racing this week. Helen Pearson, wife of David Pearson, passed away. Helen had been ill for more than a year. Of course, the mother of Larry Pearson, driver in Winston Cup races occasionally, and Ricky Pearson, who's the crew chief for Robert Presley on the Busch Grand National Circuit, and Eddie Pearson, also one of the sons of David and Helen, and certainly our condolences to David and all the boys.
From all of us here at ESPN. Earnhardt goes back out on the racetrack. Jerry, what's the situation there?
Bob, they keep bringing him in and peeling away more and more sheet metal. There's not much left on the left side of that car, and they keep trying to make sure he has plenty of clearance there for the coolers in the front of the car. One of the crew members had to chuckle a minute ago and said, hey, the last time this car ran, Richard Childress drove it in the Race of Legends, and it looks about the same as it did then when Childress drove the car. So they smile a little bit at their car owner, but Richard Childress and the crew very serious about getting Dale Earnhardt back in the fray here, but they've got a lot of work to do on this car number 3.
Bill Elliott in, not so much for cosmetic work. They're checking the tires on that car. Now, we have seen a lot of sheet metal peeled off of some of these cars. They've got to weigh a lot less than they normally do. Do they have to make a minimum weight after the race?
No, they don't. They have to weigh a minimum weight as the race begins, 3,500 pounds. But all that stuff they're taking off
doesn't weigh much.
Doesn't weigh that much. And Bill Elliott evidently has a problem because they were looking under his car like they couldn't figure out exactly what was going on, not just looking at the tire. They were looking at the tires, but it looked like he had some type of problem.
Mark Martin in and out again. John?
Well, Bob, what they thought they might have left a lug nut or 2 loose on the left rear, so it was more a precautionary measure. Mark pulled it in. He was already back at the tail end of the field by virtue of that last pit stop, so they didn't really lose any track position. Mark came in, they checked it, everything was okay, and sent him on his way.
So Martin back out on the racetrack. King Richard Petty also goes back out. We're still under caution here at Pocono. We'll be back after these messages. Hey, look who's leading. The leader's leading.
You know, if he can keep on leading this thing, he can win it.
That's exactly what I was thinking. Let's do that. We'll talk. Remember last night when Lou Ciccone was asked if they can win, and he said, as long as we keep leading, we can win it. I'll ask Ned that.
Benny, answer your question on Elliott. I just ran up here. They said they just topped it off and checked the tires, make sure there were no punctures, but there's no problem. They want to get as much gas mileage out of this machine as they can.
All right. Is it really like something's wrong?
Yeah, I saw him sitting there for a long time, too. We were running up here. Couldn't quite get here before he left, but they said there's nothing wrong. Okay. Murphy's Law.
We should be going back to green next time around on lap number 83 and resume our Miller Genuine Draft 500, which is being led at the moment by Dale Jarrett. Ernie Irvan is running in second position, followed by Joe Ruttman. Last night during Saturday Night Thunder, Lou Ciccone, the father of Bob, was asked if they can win the race. Ned, can you guys win this race?
Yeah, as long as he can keep leading, he can win it.
That was a great comment last night from Lou Ciccone.
It was a great comment. What, very true?
Well, that's right.
The 94 car and the 66, the two cars immediately behind the Pace truck. And I say Pace truck because that's what it is, a GMC truck, or a lap down or tail end of the lead lap. They desperately want to stay in front and hope there's another caution flag. I think we're hoping there's not another caution flag.
For sure. You've had enough wreckage for one day, or 1 year for that matter.
Now, Benny, those cars, even though they are almost a lap down, they're at the tail end, but they can stay out in front of Dale Jarrett. They don't have to pull down to the inside of the track on the restart.
No, they don't have to. Here comes Schrader. He's then on the inside, which that's the lap cars. The fellows that are a lap down are on the inside.
Of course, Lake Speed chose to do that, pull down on the inside of Terry Labate.
To try to get that primary position.
Yep.
Here's Dole Ford, the NASCAR Winston Cup flagman, waiting. He hears the sound, sees the cars accelerate. He throws the green flag.
And here we go once again. Lap 83 complete. Green coming out on lap 84.
Probably won't take Ernie Irvan long to dispense of Dale Jarrett. There he goes down the inside of him. There comes Jeff Bodine, Brett Bodine. Several of them going by going into turn one.
So Ernie Irvan now has the lead of the race already.
There's Schrader on the inside.
And Schrader, by the way, is 7 laps down. 7 down.
He goes by Lake Speed.
Well, that deficit has been made, or that many laps deficit has been made up in the past. I think Richard Petty at Dover, Delaware one time was 8 laps down.
Yeah.
Then I won Darlington by 14 laps one time. So
amazing.
Yeah, I had to get that in. Might not get another chance.
Yeah, you said that you won by 14. I was one of the guys that was not.
Schrader going inside Terry Labate at the end of the straightaway, and he will put Terry a lap down. Another lap down.
And there's Rusty Wallace and Jeff Bodine, 2 cars that look like they got through the crash, and the 12 car is back running at speed. Rusty trying to get by Dale Jarrett, the Citgo Ford, and Jeff Bodine comes along. And here comes the 12 on Dale on the outside, Ned.
Yeah, that's not the place to be. Drive careful out there, Dale. Keep that line. Let him go by.
2nd through 6th here. Hey, there's Harry.
He's still here.
I'll tell you, it's still going to be tough before this race is over, fellas. See there, he didn't go up there and get too aggressive trying to get around Dale. He knows that he'll be able to do it here pretty quick. Rick Mast having a problem here, it looks like, in car number 1.
The Skull car going very slowly over the tunnel turn. Yeah. This may cause another caution. If he can make it to the pits, will be okay, but I'm not sure. He's going awfully slow.
I don't think. Well, looks like the car might be accelerated now.
He's picking up some speed now.
Yeah. Yep, he's picking up speed. He made a pit stop here just on the last lap before the green flag came back out. Changed tires.
Even after the wreck and the 7 laps that they spend in the pits for repairs, Schrader's got a pretty good car. He's staying ahead of Irvan.
He does have a good car, and I can't see any real damage to that car. He said they got run over from behind, and I don't know what it broke because I'm looking at the rear of the car, and I don't see any real damage there, nor do I see any in the front.
Yeah, it looks like there's some on the left there with the front wheel.
They got it fixed back good. Rick Mast did indeed make it to the pits. He's coasting into his pits right now, coasting right on by his pits, as a matter of fact, and headed to the garage area. So whatever it is, it's going to put him in the garage.
And Irvan will pass Ken Schrader going into turn 1. Jerry, what's the situation with Rick Mast?
We just ran up here, and he couldn't stop. They think they've broken the right front brake rotor, and they've been pumping the brakes to try to get the car to stop enough to get it turned into the garage area. Now he does make the turn in the garage. They're going to try to replace the right front brake rotor and get him back on the racetrack.
Mast pulls a car into the garage area, but they will go to work and try to get it back out in just a few laps.
You know, every time a car goes to the garage area, especially if they stay in there, that's another 3 points for Dale Earnhardt and Ricky Rudd and those that are struggling a little bit here today.
Did you see Jeff Bodine trying to pass him? Was he trying to pass him? It was, wasn't it?
Yeah. Bud Strickland and Jeff Bodine battling for position.
Well, they had the 11 on the screen here. They had the 11 in front the last time, so I guess Strickland was passing him. I didn't think that looked right. Here's Martin trying to get inside Harry again. Can't make it. Martin, after all those pit stops, is up in pretty good shape.
Sure is.
Because he was at the tail end of this lead draft when they restarted the race.
You know, fellas, surprisingly, there are still 19 cars on the lead lap, even after all of these problems. And one of those, the last car in the lead lap, is Jimmy Means in the Alka Seltzer Pontiac. Good to see him having a good run here. Staying in the lead lap.
The Budweiser Ford, and now this is the way it looks to him. Strickland just ahead. Off of turn 3 onto the front stretch.
Of course, that Strickland did not lose a lap in that wreck, so he's hanging right in there.
Martin to the inside of Harry Gant, passing Harry into turn 1.
Harry won't put up too much resistance. He'll just pull back and get it there, keeping a good line. I still believe he's on the planned race.
Brett Bodine and Rusty Wallace are battling for position. That's for second. Rusty takes it. Here comes Hut Strickland to third, and Brett Bodine goes to fourth.
Brett Bodine has quietly been having a good race, isn't he?
Sure has.
He made a green flag pit stop, got a lap down, but got back in front of Ken Schrader then before a caution came out just a couple of laps later, and so got himself back in contention.
Quaker State Group running very well today with Brett Bodine behind the wheel.
There's J.D. McDuffie right on the left side of the screen as we see the Bodine brothers lap by him.
Jeff looking ahead to brother Brett.
Up on the back bumper, and here comes Mark Martin trying to get by Jeff. Has position. This is going in the tunnel corner.
And this is for 5th position, and Mark Martin passes Jeff and takes over 5th.
Hey, he's come back up through there pretty good, fellas. He made a pit stop, you remember, on this last caution flag, so he has come from the back of those 19 cars that are still in the lead lap.
All right.
Jeff goes right up on the back bumper of Mark. Mark doesn't get in the corner good, but boy, he gets back on that gas and gets off the corner. Super.
He's one of those drivers that is changing gears, which helps him get off the turns well.
Ken Schrader continues to run right behind the leader of the race. However, he is 7 laps down. Jerry Punch has a report.
Well, Ken Schrader made an excellent move, or he would have lost a lot more time, guys. When that accident happened, he broke the left front A-frame, so the car was undrivable. He made a U-turn at the end of the straightaway and came up pit road the wrong way, took the car back to the garage area. They jacked it up, put an A-frame under it. He went back out, only lost 7 laps, so considering they replaced the entire left front A-frame assembly, he's not in too bad a shape.
Not at all, and the car's running well. Ernie Irvan is leading, however. As we are approaching the halfway point, 89 laps have been completed on a hot and sunny day in the Pocono Mountains. Man, oh man. No, okay. 6. A billion miles. Billions and billions. Okay.
Need to give, I mentioned that 19 cars in the lead lap. We need to give them that. Good. Good.
Okay. Around the world with over 1 million miles of race coverage. ESPN Speed World today in Pocono, Pennsylvania for the Miller Genuine Draft 500, and they have turned out by the thousands for this race despite the hot and humid weather. This is a great place to spend a summer vacation, of course a great place to spend a winter vacation with the mountains nearby, great skiing in the wintertime, and lots of things to do in the summertime, including watching racing here at Pocono International. Ernie Irvin in number 4 is the leader of our race as we're 7 laps from the halfway point. And now we'll give you a full field rundown. Watch for your favorite driver, where they are running. Brett Bodine running there in 5th position. Dale Jarrett back in 6th. Jeff in 8th.
And Chad Little back in 10th spot.
Alan Kowicki has remained in the lead lap.
He has some damage to the left front of his car. Leg speed.
Yeah, but he's a lap down. He's the first of those cars that are a lap down.
Dale Earnhardt is a lap down, a result of the accident. So is Rudd. Petty involved in the crash, as was Ken Schrader. Now, here are the cars that are out of the race.
Gary Ballou crashed early on lap 1 or 2. Bill Venturini didn't crash, but he had some mechanical problems. Jimmy Spencer in the crash.
John Paul Jr. dropped out with a blown engine, and Gary Wright was involved with a spin over in turn number 2. And behind the wall, not necessarily out of competition, that includes Michael and Darrell Waltrip and Bobby Hill as they try to get their cars repaired and back out onto the racetrack.
They've got some serious work to do to get those cars back out, because both of the Waltrip cars were just cream. Darrell's in the front, Michael's in the rear. Both drivers are okay. No injuries as far as I know of today, but there's been some real crashes.
We'll let the field go through the frame, and not only do you know now where they are as far as serial scoring, but you'll be able to watch for your favorite driver and see where it is exactly on the racetrack.
Well, we saw Bill Elliott was back in 10th or something. He has passed several cars since then, so he has moved up to 8th now. There he dropped back to 10th. Sterling Marlin tonight. There you see those cars coming in the frame there.
There's Richard Petty on the left with a lot of damage on that STP Pontiac.
And there's the rookies. Here's the car 68 Bobby Hamilton. Right behind him is Ted Musgrave. So they're running right together as they have so many times this year. Boy, they got a good battle going on for the Rookie of the Year honors in the Winston Cup Series.
They really do. It'll be interesting to see who comes out on top of that.
There was Irv Hare, and maybe his first oval track start ever, just went by in the blue Oldsmobile.
Yeah, he's competed in several Winston Cup races on road courses, but as far as we know, this is his first on an oval. There's Ernie Irvin blasting out of turn number 3 and heading down the straightaway. Now you have been familiarized with where everybody who is out there is running on the racetrack.
Ernie's able to pull away by 15-20 car lengths over Rusty Wallace. It was a good race back for that second spot. Lake Speed is in between. He's a lap down between the second and third place car, Rusty and Bud Strickland.
This is the Phillips 66 in-car camera there momentarily. A little break up on the camera.
You know, Lake has run pretty good in that car today. He had an unscheduled pit stop and got a lap down, but he is able to run with the leaders.
You're right, Ned. He's running as good as Rusty Wallace, who's second place car.
15th and 16th at the moment. Davey Allison on the left in car number 28, and Dave Marcus in 71 on the right.
Still in the lead lap. Even though Davey has had all kinds of problems, put a new nose on the car and lots of work on it, but has maintained the position on the lead lap.
Yeah, you'll notice the different color there on the front end of the car. That's because they have completely replaced the nose on Davey's machine.
You know, Dave Marcus is sponsored by the Big Apple Market here in Pennsylvania, and I believe he's going to make his annual appearance there tomorrow. The fans up here in Pennsylvania will be able to go by and visit with Dave. He'll be there to sign autographs and greet them. So it's good to see him have a good run here today before he goes over there.
Back up front, meanwhile, it is still Rusty Wallace running second. Then the lap car of Lake Speed, and third place Hut Strickland, car 12.
These cars are going down the front straightaway. They look like they're going so slow, about 180 miles an hour right there, folks. Now braking heavy down in turn one, down to probably 120 miles per hour.
Joe Ruttman in 75 and Chad Little in 19 are on the same lap and battling for position. Chad taking just the inside of Joe, falling back in line. Now he takes the high line coming out of the corner.
It's 11th and 12th they're running for.
What happened? Chad Little, as he made that move down to the inside, got his angle going in the corner too straight, not able to make it around. So when he got in the corner, he couldn't turn the car.
And Ned, here are those rookies that you were talking about. First and second in the Winston Cup rookie point standings, Bobby Hamilton and Ted Musgrave.
Of course, Musgrave is in the lead going into this race, but he might not be when they come out of this race, because this is the 15th race for Bobby Hamilton in the Country Time car number 68. That's an Oldsmobile. And they have a new sponsor on the car number 55 this week, Jasper Engines. And we understand from D.K. Ulrich, the owner of that car, that is going to be the sponsor for the rest of this year. So it's good to see that car with some writing on the side of it.
Yeah, it sure is. And Ted has really performed well in Winston Cup racing. Both of these guys have, but both of them have great futures in Winston Cup racing. 99 laps have been completed. In less than one circuit, we will at last reach the halfway point. This has been a pretty slow race to this point because of all the crashes that we have had. We've had 9 so far, and it has really slowed down the pace of this event. Let's hope that the second half is much faster and much safer.
It certainly looks like everybody's driving a lot more careful now. Of course, they're not bunched up. Here comes Ernie Irvin.
Halfway being shown by Doyle Ford, and it is the halfway point at last. All phone-in entries now for this week's ESPN Pick the Winning Chevy Sweepstakes are closed. The winner of the sweepstakes will be announced in our next Chevy Sweepstakes race. You can dial 1-900-933-9300 in the next 10 minutes to enter the next ESPN Chevy Sweepstakes coming up later this year. But for this race, the entries are closed. Ernie Irvin leads this race. Ken Schrader continues to run right behind him, but because he was involved in an accident and spent 7 laps in the pits, he is well off the lead. Back in a moment. Oh, okay. He's going to drive away. He's going to drive away, though. He'll probably be back out again.
Yeah,
he ran over something.
Yeah, he ran over.
Yeah.
Back at Pocono, and the caution light is on again for the 10th time this afternoon, and it's because of Richard Petty's crash up in turn number 1. He hit the wall, turn number 1 pretty hard, started to drive away, but then couldn't.
We see he's got down in the dirt. It looked like the left rear tire was flat. He goes in the wall nose first. What is that rolling across the racetrack? Is that there's something off Richard's car going across the racetrack? Boom, right now it hits the wall. So I don't know what that is, but evidently that's what caused the crash.
Could the tire have come off the rim?
I don't know, Ned.
Hard to say. Anyway,
it was something round that rolled, wasn't it?
Yeah, right. King Richard remains in the car while the tow truck pulls to the front of it. And now we will, as we see the record for the most cautions, 13, and so far we have had 10 today. We will be seeing some pit stops undoubtedly here as the field comes down behind the pace truck.
I don't think there'll be any question about it. There were several. In fact, the leader is coming into the pits right now. Ernie Irvin and Rusty Wallace, just about everybody else following them down through there.
Ken Schrader remains out on the racetrack, but Ernie Irvin, Rusty Wallace, Hut Strickland, and others come in. John Kernan is on pit road.
Ernie was scheduled for a stop in about 7 laps, and whenever the caution came out, of course, they wanted to see how Richard was okay, and they saw the car moving away. Then they started clapping because they really needed this caution period. But one thing interesting on fuel is Ernie pulls into his pit stop for a 4-tire change. We're not anticipating any chassis adjustment. He'll need 2 more stops and possibly a splash of fuel. They go to work on the right side on the Kodak Chevrolet. Let's go up pit road to Rusty Wallace's pit and Jerry Park.
Likewise, John, Rusty Wallace single pit stop coming in about 9 laps, so this caution flag, no disappointment for them at all. They have changed all 4 tires. Rusty is down and away, moving back down towards turn 1. Harry Gann is also out, so Harry Gann, a great pit stop there by Andy Petrie and that crew, and Mark Martin, a good stop for them, so they all file back toward turn 1.
Well, Mark Martin is now the leader of the race.
Almost
Harry Gann is second.
Almost a collision there, wasn't there?
You're right. Martin might not be the leader of the race, but he's the first cars, all those cars that made a pit stop out of pit road.
Davey Allison will be credited with leading the 104th lap because he did not pit, and this is the first time that he has led today.
Exactly. That's why I didn't want to say Mark was leading the race, because I figured, wait a minute.
Jimmy Means is going to be scored in 2nd position. How about that?
There he is, Jimmy, in that blue car, the Alka-Seltzer Pontiac. That's Rick Wilson in right in front of him, I think, in a Snickers Buick, still running after
that crash earlier. Front end of that car looks fine. Hillen's, or rather Wilson's, but back end looks bad. And the Alka-Seltzer Pontiac appears to be unscathed. It is running in 2nd position here in our 10th caution period of the day. We'll be right back. Okay.
Yep.
Hey!
I'm not sure Davey led that last lap because didn't the leader go across the start-finish line first?
He led it, and he just was credited for leading that lap because he passed the scoring standard.
Oh, it's not at the start-finish line.
Right.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Right here,
I thought if it was here, he didn't lead the lap.
Yeah, he was credited for leading the scoring stand when he went into the pits. The scoring stand right at the entrance to the pits there. So they gave Davey credit for leading that lap. Then Jimmy will get credit for leading this one. They gave Davey credit for leading that lap. Then Jimmy will get credit for leading this one. Here again. That's a first. That's why.
Because Ernie was still in front even when they came by there, though.
But now, this is the lap that Davey led. He just led.
This lap.
Just now.
Okay. Okay. Yep.
He just led
I get you. Okay. I'll buy that. Thanks.
Okay. King. Back at Pocono International Raceway, and you can see the race fans here at Pocono know of Mr. Parsons' love for food. Had the pleasure of eating with Benny last night as he had about 4 of those grilled hamburgers that were prepared by the Miller Genuine Draft people. Let's see what in the world Benny has in store this week in this edition of Buffet Benny.
I came down to Village Square restaurant today for lunch. I hurried through my salad. I half ate my entree because look what was waiting. Look what a dessert bar. All these pies and cakes baked by Honey Bach, who's 76 years old, lives right down the road. I want to try some of the chocolate pie myself. Joe, what are you doing here?
Benny, I heard you came down here. I want to make sure there's going to be some pie left for somebody else.
Well, sure. I'm going to take this one back with me. Can I put this on your tab?
Let me smell it first. Oh, wait, you got your own money.
Listen. Yeah, I got paid.
Paybacks, Benny. Paybacks.
I got to go to work, Joe. Don't be doing that to me, Joe.
It helps.
Oh, boy. Well, Benny's head looks clean right now. Did that stuff soak in from the top? Is that the way it works?
Yeah. I was kind of hoping to make hair grow, but I don't think it's
I was going to say that wasn't shaving cream because there's nothing up there to shave. Oh, boy. Well, still under caution here for the 10th time. Richard Petty crashed back in out in turn number 1. They're cleaning up the situation down there. The record, by the way, number of cautions here at Pocono is 13. That was in a June race. The record number of cautions in a July race is 10. So we have tied that this afternoon and are just 9 laps beyond the halfway point. So we could very easily break that record today. Jimmy Means is in the pits in the Alka-Seltzer Pontiac after running at the front of the field, leading a lap under caution. And the last time that he did that, by the way, was here at Pocono in June. So we're getting the field back out onto the racetrack to resume the action for you on this hot, sunny Sunday afternoon in northeastern Pennsylvania. Okay, where did Means finish in June here?
Mr. Producer, how about cooling it off up here in the booth? How about cooling it off up here in the booth?
Warm.
Briefcase look worse than mine.
Oh, it's a mess. It is just an absolute mess. It weighs about 100 pounds. Just about to go back to green in the Miller Genuine Draft 500 from Pocono International Raceway in Pennsylvania. If you're just joining us, we're at the 106th lap mark. We have had 10 caution periods during the day today. Several crashes, including one that involved about 7 cars out of turn number 3. All drivers okay. A lot of bent sheet metal, however, among those involved in the crash. Bobby Hillen, also Dale Earnhardt and others. Alan Kowicki was the pole sitter for this race and the only one eligible for $76,000 in Unocal bonus money should he be able to win the race. Right now he is shown in 19th position, still on the lead lap.
the last car, as a matter of fact. Bob, just before or while we were watching some of the racing a little while ago, Lake Speed was up in there, and he was in 20th position, the first car that was 1 lap down. Just before this last caution, Lake went into the garage area. We understand that he dropped a valve in the top Arctic Pontiac, so he's out of the race.
Beginning to form the side-by-side configuration, getting set for a restart.
That's Mark Martin on the left side of the screen. He's the leader of the race. Harry Gant right behind him. Then Ernie Irvin, Rusty Wallace. Look at this huge crowd on hand. Stand up and wave these fellas on.
Some real race fans here to sit out in this extremely hot and humid weather to watch this race here this afternoon as we go back to green on the 108th lap. Look at Rusty Wallace go to the inside, and so does Jeff Bodine.
Oh, it's amazing to see those cars just come out of the pack and down to the inside. Man, shoot out of there like they shut out of the can.
And they've got to funnel down. I don't care how wide they get on the front straightaway. If they get 10 wide, there's plenty of room, but they've got to funnel down to no more than 2 cars wide when they go in that corner. Here's Jeff Bodine on the inside of Harry Gant trying to take that, what is that, about 3rd spot away.
Must be Rusty's moved up to 2nd.
Strickland off the pace as they come off that tunnel corner. He might have got the car a little bit out of shape.
Pulling alongside Brett Bodine. That's Bill Elliott back there in number 9, and Sterling Marlin in 22, and Dale Jarrett in 21. Inside Dale Jarrett's car now, the Citro Ford, as he gets in behind Marlin, right in front, and Elliott up there to the right.
Going down in turn 1. Once again, about 180 miles an hour. Breaking down to 120 miles an hour. Right down back on the gas. Elliott and Sterling Marlin went through the corner side by side. You don't see too much of that in turn 1 at Pocono. They're still side by side.
I think they can go through turn 2 side by side.
It'll be a trick if they do.
It's like they are.
That's right.
Yeah, Marlin backs off.
Yep. Out front. That's 8th, 9th, and 10th that we're watching. Elliott in 8th, Marlin in 9th. And here comes Greg Sachs on the inside of Dale Jarrett. Jarrett running 10th. And Sachs is 1 lap down.
In 20th position. Dale Jarrett, he has got to be one of the most contented drivers right now because he has things pretty well locked up for 1992. Already announcing that he will join the new Joe Gibbs team, and we expect an announcement regarding a crew chief coming up very soon.
Well, that could come as early as this week. They've been talking to some different people, and it'll be interesting to see who does come forth there.
And you know that he has to be thrilled to be with a team like Joe Gibbs, because you know it's going to be a high visibility team, and you know we're going to talk about it. Well, all the people are going to talk about it. Yep.
I think Gibbs will bring a different kind or a different level of credibility to the sport of auto racing because of the high visibility of him. Mark such a fine individual.
Yeah, sure is. Mark Martin is leading the race, looking for his first victory of the 1991 season. Now the Western Auto race recap to this point, showing us that Mark has led 7 of the 105 laps, 10 caution periods, total of 40 laps. We have been under caution for a lot of this race, lowering the average speed to 107 miles an hour, and the lead has changed 12 times among 9 drivers. Those that have led a lap include Alan Kulwicki, who led the first lap from the pole. Ken Schrader led a lot before the crash. Also Strickland, Irvin, Marcus, Martin, Means, and Jarrett, a couple of those under the caution. Now, the cars out of the race include Gary Ballou, he was first out with a crash. Venturini, Spencer, Colt Trickle, Shepard, John Paul Jr., Gary Wright, and Lake Speed, several of those from the crashes that we have had. Now the standings in the Western Auto Mechanic of the Year Awards finds Kurt Shelmerdine from Dale Earnhardt's crew on top. Larry McReynolds from Davey Allison's team is in second, followed by Tony Glover from Ernie Irvin, Bob Johnson from the number 1 car of Rick Mast, and Waddell Wilson, crew chief on Ricky Rudd's car, is 5th in the Western Auto Mechanic of the Year standings.
And Rusty Wallace is coming.
Yes, he is.
He's closed up He was about 10 or 15 car lengths behind. Now he's just 2 or 3 car lengths behind. And meanwhile, Ernie Irvin is trying to take over that 3rd spot.
Third position going on. Races all over the track, as a matter of fact. There is running alongside of Dale Earnhardt. Both cars badly damaged. That's first and second in the Winston Cup points going into this race, but both of them had their misfortunes this afternoon. But they need to keep those cars running, and they need to get as many points as possible. Looks like Ricky Rudd gestured to Dale Earnhardt as he went around that time.
I don't know. I was looking at the 5 on the left side because the last time I saw that car, that wasn't there. They cut that off, and evidently NASCAR made them put it back on or something. Rick Wilson directly behind. That's Irv Harris right behind Rick Wilson.
Those cars are pretty battered up, but they're still out there running. The 3 cars, at least the 5 car, the 3 car, and the 8 car are pretty battered up. Irv Harris looks like his car is in pretty good shape as Rusty Wallace continues to close in. Boy, look at him drive into the turn.
Really closing the gap going into turn 3. He closes in to within just a couple of car lengths. The 3rd corner and head down this long front straightaway. Rusty is right there on the back bumper of the leader, Mark Martin. Irvin is in 3rd and Jeff Bodine is 4th.
That's right. The last time we saw Ernie, he was alongside Jeff Bodine. He did take that 3rd spot away. This is down the long pond straightaway. Both these cars shifting gears during the day. They're in 3rd gear now, which is what we would normally call high gear, 1-to-1. And about the start-finish line, both these fellows will shift down into 4th gear, which is an overdrive.
4 cars doing that today. Dale Jr., the number 2 car of Wallace, the 5 car of Rudd, and the 6 car of Mark Martin. Mark Martin leads our race. Glad you could join us this afternoon. Stay with us. We'll be right back. Started 4th, and he's all the way up to 38th. Hey, Jer. All right.
Yeah.
I'm here, guys. What it is? Somebody asked me a question. Bob, are you yelling for me?
Nope.
Okay, I thought I heard you summon my presence.
Nope.
Well, I'll get back in the chair then.
Wait a minute.
No, we were
not loafing on us, are you? Okay, he's 29. Yeah. Pam, you got to keep him busy.
Let me grab Maycar so we can wait till the commercial's over.
Okay. Looks like it could be pretty windy. 116 out of 200 laps are completed here at Pocono. Mark Martin leads this race, followed by Rusty Wallace, Ernie Irvin, Jeff Bodine, and Harry Gant. And our live coverage of the Miller Genuine Draft 500 Speed World presentation being brought to you by Oldsmobile. Stop by your Oldsmobile dealer and see what's new from the new generation of Olds. and by your local ERA real estate specialist. Well, Rusty Wallace has been mounting challenges. He's pulled in right on the bumper of Mark Martin the last few laps, but he's not been able to make the pass. And look at him close in once again in turn number 3. This is where he's been moving in every lap, but he is not able to pass Mark as they come down the straightaway.
What's wrong with this racetrack? You just can't get to handle all the way around the track. Mark Martin handles well in turn 1, up in the tunnel corner. But you can see just how bad he is up in turn 3. That's where Rusty Wallace right now is beating him. But Rusty cannot beat him down at the other corner. It's just a compromise in trying to set the car up from one corner to the other.
Not too far, lurking back there in 3rd position is Ernie Irvin, who has come within maybe 10, 12 car lengths of Rusty Wallace.
And fellas, just a lap or two ago, Harry Gant was running in 5th place, but he has dropped all the way back to 10th place. Apparently, he has lost his cylinder on the Skoal Bandit Oldsmobile. He's still out there running, but he has dropped back to 10th place now.
Watch Rusty Wallace just close right up on the back bumper of that Folgers Ford as he enters turn 3.
Down the straightaway, Mark will pull away from him. Every lap, probably make a liar out of me this time.
Now, Rusty, the next time by, the 4 car will be there. He probably will try to pull out. Hope the 4 car goes with him, and both those cars draft by the 6 car.
Harry Gant has been losing positions recently. What's the problem as we get a report from pit road?
Well, Bob, Harry had radioed in about 30 or 40 laps ago to told Andrew Petrie that the motor felt like it was getting weak. Andy said he didn't think it was anything to worry about at the time. But Harry just drove by, and it sounds like he's only running on 7 cylinders. I looked over at Andy just kind of shrugged his shoulders, and it's a possible, we get word now that possibly a valve spring has broken, so he's definitely running on only 7 cylinders.
He has fallen from 5th to 10th, and Rusty Wallace has moved from 2nd to 1st as he was finally able to get around Mark Martin.
So he did exactly like I said. He waited the front straightaway for Ernie Irvin to catch him. Right. He got a move on him coming off the tunnel corner and went right by.
That's why you won your Ace Award last year with that excellent prediction.
See, he gets a run coming off the tunnel corner and goes up and just drives in that corner so hard. He must be driving in the corner 3-4 car lengths further than the 6 car Mark Martin.
And let's go to Jerry Punch with a report on the Rusty Wallace car.
For the past few laps, we've seen Rusty riding in the draft behind Mark Martin. One of the reasons, other than the fact that Mark was awfully strong, was to conserve some fuel. Now, Rusty and Ernie Irvin get about the same gas mileage in both of their cars, and they both will probably need at least 2 stops, maybe 2 stops and a splash of fuel. But they saw the 4 car coming in a hurry, so Rusty decided to go ahead and pass Mark Martin and try to pull away, because they are very concerned not only about Mark, but also about Ernie Irvin. He's extremely strong.
Ernie Irvin pulls to the inside on turn 3 and challenges Mark Martin for 2nd position. Let's see how things shake out as they head toward turn number 1. Ernie Irvin goes to 2nd, and Mark Martin has fallen from 1st to 3rd in the last 3 laps.
Well, certainly the 4 car is strong. They have analyzed that part of it right.
So Ernie Irvin now picks up 2nd position over Mark Martin, while Rusty Wallace continues to lead this Miller Genuine Draft 500. We'll be back right after this. This is Rusty's first lead today, Kenny. Okay.
Okay, Neil, thanks.
That was good.
What's
predicting that he would pass on his turn.
Now the front 2 now, they'll line up 3-way.
temperature hasn't changed.
Nope.
That's surprising. I thought it would have changed.
Draft win. Meanwhile.
Oh, yeah.
A few laps ago, under caution, we took a look at this thermometer that's in Jeff Bodine's car and saw it reading 115 degrees and thought maybe as we got into competition and went back to green that the temperature would increase, but it's still right around the 115 mark.
But let's look where that's mounted. That's up, what, near the rear window, and a little bit high in the car. The one car, Rick Mast, having problems again. But that...
Earnhardt's on pit road with a right rear tire flat, it looks like.
So lots of problems here for several drivers right now. But anyway, that temperature on the as they change the tires on Earnhardt's car, if it were down where the driver is sitting, would be considerably higher.
Right side tires going on, the number 3 GM Goodrich Chevrolet, but the crew is not in any hurry to do so.
And Rick Mast is taking his car into the garage area. Once again, he's been there for a little while, but made some repairs, sent him back out, but looks like this one might be fine for him.
Earnhardt has won another lap down because the leaders went by while he was in there changing that right rear tire that he saw flat.
So he's now 2 laps down as Rusty Wallace continues to lead Ernie Irvin and Mark Martin.
Bodine is 4th. In 5th place is Bill Elliott, starting Wall in 6th. 7th is Hutch Strickland. In 8th place, Brett Bodine. Dale Jarrett is 9th, and Joe Ruttman now in 10th.
And Mark Martin, as we indicated, has fallen from 1st to 3rd in the last few laps. John, could there be a handling problem on that car?
Bob, you're exactly right. There is a handling problem. The car has gotten just a little bit loose, so they've told him to kind of settle down, just run his pace. If the race goes green the rest of the way, their strategy is they've only got to beat the 11 car because the 2 and the 4 car, by their calculations, will have to come in twice and a splash of fuel. But on the other hand, the 6 car and the 11 car of Jeff Bodine can make it on 2 stops. Now, that's on their figuring based on running green the rest of the way. And the way this race has gone, I don't know if that's a possibility or not.
Well, it certainly wasn't that way in the first half, but it does bring up some very interesting strategy that could play out in the closing stages of this event.
I talked about the racetrack and what a compromise it is in setting the car up. The 4 car, Ernie Irvin, there's Rusty Wallace as we see a headshot of him up in the right-hand corner. But Ernie Irvin's car, as good as Rusty Wallace is up in turn 3, is a little bit better. But he's not as good as Rusty down in 1 and 2.
It's next to impossible to get a car set up on this racetrack, Benny, to where it works good in all corners. You're going to have to compromise somewhere because of the difference in the banking.
And you see Ernie is falling back right in front of Martin Martin.
So while this battle up front continues, every person out there has a favorite race. And for those of you who are J.D. McDuffie fans, here he is. He's running in 27th position, about 21 laps behind, but you got to give this guy an E for effort and for perseverance.
I'll tell you, his car looks good, so he has dodged most of the wrecks here today, so it's good to see J.D. in a race. He's had some trouble making some races from Sanford, North Carolina, but he started 40th, so he has picked up 13 positions so far and still out there circling this racetrack.
Guy comes to just about every Winston Cup race and gives it everything he's got every time he shows up at the track. Martin falls a little bit further behind in 3rd position as Ernie Irvin is locked into the back bumper of Rusty Wallace. And the 17 car of Darrell Waltrip comes back on the racetrack as Ernie Irvin makes a bid for the lead and gets it in turn 1. Irvin goes back to the front, passing Rusty Wallace.
We saw Ernie just a couple of laps ago. Looked like the car had lost a handle a little bit. Backing up to Mark Martin. Now has taken the lead from Rusty Wallace. And boy, there's a refuge for junkyard.
I'm telling you, this isn't modified racing. This is Winston Cup racing. But that car of Darrell Waltrip looks like it has been through a tornado. He's 49 laps down. But Darrell Waltrip goes back out onto the racetrack.
talked about at the top of the show about momentum. Rusty Wallace could use a good run today because he started out with a bang, but the last, what, 5 or 6 weeks has been struggling to get around the racetrack now.
Yeah, they need some momentum, no question about it. They did win Bristol earlier in the year and had some awfully good runs at some other tracks, but not the way that the form that he showed when he won the championship back in 1989.
Well, Rusty's most recent decent finish was a third, of course, on the road course at Sonoma. But he had engine problems here in June and finished 31st. He was 17th at Michigan and he was 12th at Daytona. But now Rusty goes inside of Ernie and takes the lead back.
What happened was Ernie ran upon J.D. McDuffie in the tunnel corner, and he had to back off the gas. He didn't want to pull on the outside because we've seen what happens when you get out there. And look at Ernie made it out of shape trying to get underneath Rusty Wallace.
He looked like he was at dirt track coming off that corner with the rear end really hung out, and Mark Martin, because of that, closed right in.
Yep, right in to catch right up.
So the first three continue to run nose to tail. It's Wallace and Irvin and Martin at the Miller Genuine Draft 500. Back in a moment. Okay.
Bill Elliott's about to catch Jeff Bodine.
Okay.
Again earlier on, losing down the end of the straightaway, the thing wouldn't run. It had a broken valve string again. And I wonder just what in the world.
Who's that?
Harry Ginn.
Here are the top 10 with 71 laps to go. It's Ernie Irvin leading Rusty Wallace, Mark Martin, Jeff Bodine is 4th, and Bill Elliott 5th. In the second 5, Sterling Marlin 6th, then Brett Bodine, Dale Jarrett, Hut Strickland, and here is another lead change. These guys have been going at it side by side and wheel to wheel for the last several laps, and now, well, I was going to say Rusty Wallace is going to go back on top. Yep, he is.
You're right. Meanwhile, Mark Martin is just sitting back there and saying, you guys are playing right into my hands. Jerry Punch reported that, you know, those fellas have to make 2 pit stops. 3, and Mark Martin only 2. Meanwhile, they're using up gasoline so that splash of gas becomes a half a can.
And the difference maybe between winning and losing.
Exactly. You know, I just thought of something. Look, here comes Ernie back again. On the inside of Rusty Wallace.
Well, if nothing else, it's entertaining the fans, and I hope those of you watching at home, because this is good racing. They're just going back and forth with the lead.
Now Rusty's going to try it on the inside again as Ernie comes off, gets the car loose.
You know, you got to ask yourself, why are they doing this?
It's their nature.
That's exactly right.
If you're a race driver, you want to lead, don't you?
Exactly. You want to try to run for the lead. And they're having fun. Sometimes can get a little bit monotonous if you're just out there running around, you know, and don't change positions and lead a race for a long time. And that's what you want to do. But when they're changing around like this, it makes it more fun for them.
Now, the last time, Ernie Irvin was able to get through the tunnel corner better than Rusty and pull up on the inside. Now, let's see if that same thing happens again. Doesn't appear though. Doesn't appear it's going to work this time. Nope. Rusty moves over, kind of blocks that spot because he knows that he's been getting off this corner better than Ernie. Ernie's been getting loose off this corner just in the last couple of laps.
Mark Martin just continues to sit there and watch him dice around up in front of him. And look back here. Here's the fourth place car of Jeff Bodine, but look right on his back bumper when he comes in there. Bill Elliott's doing such a good job of drafting that
you can hardly see it.
Hard to see him, but he has caught Jeff Bodine. He was about 3 or 4 seconds behind Bodine, but he has run him down now. That's 4th and 5th we're seeing on the screen.
Up front, it's Rusty leading Ernie, and we understand that Ernie may be thinking about pitting this time around.
He's falling back behind Rusty Wallace. Either he's going to make a pit stop or he did get caught in some traffic.
Well, I don't know. He's only run about 29 laps, fellas, since he was in the pits. He should get better gas mileage than that.
And then he's not coming in.
There's Alan Kowicki, our pole sitter. But again, we can see the damage to the left front of Kowicki's car where he ran inside of the Western Auto Chevrolet when Darrell Waltrip ran in the inside guardrail, and that's no place to go.
And that puts Allen a lap down, so now 15 cars remain on the lead lap.
Allen came out of the pits very late. He made a series of pit stops during the last caution and came out about a half a lap behind the leaders, and so they've just gradually whittled away at that and run him down and put him a lap down. So now there are only 15 cars on the lead lap.
I understand that the fuel light came on in Ernie's car, thus creating the cause for concern. And they are ready if Ernie chooses to come in this time around, and we believe he's going to.
Well, if the light, now they may have a short in the light. They may now watch the fuel pressure gauge and just wait until the gauge nope, he's coming in.
Yep. Ernie Irvan relinquishes second position and brings the Kodak Film Chevrolet into the pits, and John Kernan is right there.
Ernie had been getting about 38, 39 laps on a tank of fuel, so he is a few laps earlier than he should be, about 6 or 7 laps earlier. They were going to try and stretch it to 142, so they'd only have to make one more stop. But he radioed in a lap ago and said he had to come in. The light had come on, apparently. They will go to work on the right side of the car. A 4-tire change, no chassis adjustment. They put in 1 can of Unocal Racing gasoline. The right's going on, just a small problem on the right side on the right front tire. Now they'll swing around to the left side of the car. Scuffed tires, it looks like, going on the Kodak Chevrolet. Irvan sitting in the car waiting. The tank is fuel. 22 laps. Rusty Wallace coming out of turn 3.
Irvan out of the pits. Rusty coming down the straightaway at full tilt.
But Ernie should be able to get back out. Yeah, he's going to be okay. He'll stay in the lead lap by a pretty good margin. But according to some calculations here, he only went about 78.5 miles on that tank of fuel.
Well, you remember the race we did at Bristol, and we had an in-car camera in the Kodak Film Chevrolet, and there was a light on the dash that kept flashing all the time? If you fans remember that and remember that light flashing, I had some people ask me what that was. So I called Tony Glover and said, as we were watching Rusty Wallace, I asked him what that light was. It was a fuel pressure indicator. And he said, I don't know why that it shorted out or made that mistake and flashed all day. And I just wonder if, it may be doing the same thing, but I'm sure they do have a pressure gauge, and evidently the pressure dropped is why Ernie did come in.
Rusty Wallace leads, and we get down to Jerry Punch, who's with the owner of this racetrack, Dr. Joe Mattioli. And Jerry, asked him about his directing traffic out there at 8:15 this morning out in the tunnel turn.
Well, actually, Bob, Dr. Mattioli did direct traffic this morning. I'm with his son, Joey Mattioli, who is the president of the Speedway. It's a family organization. Dad was directing traffic this morning. You've been running around this morning directing the pre-race with a sandwich in one hand and a radio in the other. You guys have to be awfully proud of this place. Tremendous renovations over the past few years. New lounge for the drivers, newly repaved pit road. But these guys are trying to knock the walls down here on you, trying to give you a lot of work to do.
I'll tell you, they sure are, but as long as the walls are holding and the drivers are safe, it's all worth it. Pocono, really, we're just a big short track. It's like a half-mile dirt track that just happens to be 2.5 miles long. We started off as a short track back in '68, and hopefully we haven't forgot where we came from. And every fan out here is important to us, and hopefully we make them feel at home when they come here.
Now, I understand you sold every ticket for today's race, and they were lined up getting in here this morning. Certainly a tribute to the work that your crew, you and Bob Plevin and all the folks here have done.
Well, I'll tell you, the tribute really is to this competition out here. If you remember last race we had up here, we had 20 drivers on the lead lap with the last lap to go. Any one of 20 drivers could have won. What NASCAR's done, the competition, when you can get 42 lead changes a race, the fans are going to come. And we just want to give them the best possible environment we can so they can really enjoy themselves here.
Now, in case you don't recognize Joey Mattiola, he was the guy with the pie in his face on Buffet Benny. I guess Benny surprised you a little bit there.
But he sure did. I'll tell you what, though, we've got a Buffet Benny plan. We're going to have a Buffet Benny diet plan. And Benny's next race, we're going to have a contest to see if he can make it 2.5 miles around the racetrack. Run it.
Well, what we're going to do this year, it's Buffet Benny. Next year, we're going to have what they call Benny size. We're going to have Benny's aerobics, and every week he'll go work out with somebody. Maybe we'll have him work out with you.
I heard he has great legs.
Well, that's what I hear, but you can't tell. How about it, BP? How are the legs?
I don't know why these guys are making all these plans for me.
I can't wait to see you run around this racetrack, or even walk around it, or even drive around in the car at your age. Rusty Wallace leads here at Pocono. Nice to have you with us. Stay with us. We'll be back with more right after this.
Was not going to pit for 2 more laps, but he has slowed so much on the racetrack the tires are worn out. We'll watch on the crew cam here. Todd Barrett, the tire carrier, as he dances around the right rear of the car. It'll be pretty much routine stop. All 4 tires clean the windshield. And the good news for the Miller Genuine Draft crew that come to the left side is it will have to make only 1 more stop. If they can get this past lap 163, that's their window. Left side lug nuts are on. They are pounding on the hood, pushing, and the car is away in 21.7 seconds. A good view from the crew cam and a good pit stop by the Miller Genuine Draft crew.
And others are on pit road also. Bill Elliott pulls out. Hut Strickland is getting left side tires, and now the crew moves to the right side. And here comes Chad Little down pit road in the 19 car, that red and white machine. And Bill Elliott brings the Coors Light Ford back onto the racetrack.
Chad Little had made the greatest advance so far today. He started 33rd and was running 13th before this last pit stop.
And the lead now goes to Mark Martin in the Folgers Ford.
Mark Martin's car not getting out of shape like Rusty's was. Rusty was really getting loose the further he went on those tires. That's one reason that he did stop, as Jerry Punch made a comment a moment ago from the pits.
Of course, Mark was sitting back there running in a smooth line while Rusty and Ernie Irvin were dicing it up there in front of him and abusing those tires a little bit.
That's a very good point, Neil.
Brett Bodine comes in for a pit stop. He has been among the top 5 for the last 50 laps or so. The Quaker State Buick team has the car rolling again. Team owner Kenny Bernstein competing in drag racing competition this weekend.
And Mark Martin now coming into the pits, and John Kernan will be there.
We're awaiting the arrival of Mark Martin on pit road. He is all the way down towards turn 1, toward the exit of pit road. He is in pit stall number 1, and they are waiting on, this is their planned window. They will need only 1 more stop with about 18 laps to go. It will be a 4-tire change for the Folgers crew, smoke boiling off the right front brake. They will also put in a round and a half of wedge. They want to tighten the car up. Remember, we had told you earlier that the car had loosened itself up and was getting difficult to drive, so they will tighten it up, put on 4 new tires, 2 cans of fuel. Now their strategy is on their final pit stop is to come in with about 18 laps remaining and take on right side tires only.
And we will see how that strategy plays out as Mark Martin works back up to speed.
Jeff Bodine has taken over the lead in the Budweiser Ford, and he's waving to somebody. Apparently he's about to head into the pits. He might be low in fuel. As a matter of fact, he is coming off of turn 3 into the pits in the area where Jerry Punch is.
Indeed, Ned, scheduled pit stop, but they will have to come in for 1 more stop. They can't quite make it the rest of the way, so the Budweiser crew will go to work on the defending champion of this race a year ago. 3 wins in 1990. They have yet to go to victory lane here in 91. Good pit stop thus far. Right side tires are on the car. They cleaned the windshield. Left side lug nuts are off. and Tim Brewer. Mike Hill and the rest of this Budweiser crew now scamper to the left side. They are pounding down on that rear spoiler. The car a little bit too tight. They want to give him as much speed as possible here in the late lap. Off the jacks, he is down and away. Good pit stop for the Budweiser team.
Through the gears, Jeff Bodine goes to get back up to speed. So nice to see those drivers wearing the full face helmets.
Dale Jarrett had moved into second behind Bodine. He also came into pits the same lap as Bodine, and he goes back out. So just about all of the front runners now, I believe, have made pit stops.
This is down the Long Pond straightaway. Inside of the 11 Budweiser 4, driven by Jeff Bodine.
Our Big A Auto Parts on-track interval this time takes a look at the difference between Rusty Wallace on old tires and Ernie Irvan on new tires. And there you can see that it was a full second on lap 136. Not quite that bad on 37, but there is the way that you close in when you've got those good tires on.
It really is unbelievable how much of an advantage Ernie has on Rusty Wallace and Martin. Remember when they start this series of pit stops started, they were running right together. Now Ernie is 3 or 4 seconds ahead of Rusty Wallace, and who is about 2 seconds behind in front of Mark Martin, because he stopped early and was able to get those new tires on early. But now Rusty and Mark ought to start closing in on the 4-car.
Yep. Because I mentioned that all the front runners had stopped. Harry Gant has not made a pit stop yet, so he has moved back in the top 5. But that's sort of bad news, the fact that he is in 4th place now and hasn't made a pit stop. And he was up there in 5th place and running with the leaders not too long ago. But again, in case someone just joined us, he apparently has lost a cylinder.
Ernie Irvan leads now after these pit stops. And with 55 more laps to go, Ernie leads this race at Pocono International. My name is Bobby. Bob, yeah. Oh, well, I know who you mean. Yeah. That's a good idea. Yeah. It's everybody standing up for him, pointing. We are back at Pocono, and there is the story of Harry Gant as he takes the Skull Bandit behind the pit wall. Ned, he came in and just took a look and decided to put it behind the wall?
Well, I mentioned that he had not made a pit stop, but as he came off the track on pit road, it looked like there was a little smoke coming from the car. He did go to his pits, and then he backed up, and you can see he's headed into the garage area, and apparently through for the day.
Harry Gant, 7th in point standings, goes into the garage. John, what was the problem?
A very disappointing day. First of all, as you documented, they did break a valve spring, but when he came in, you saw this. Well, we could see the smoke. We were in commercial break. Smoke boiling off the right front. He broke the strut on the right front, so they are going to have to call it a day, take it back to the garage area, possibly try and fix it and get him back out, but I don't know if they will go to all that trouble.
Gant was in 7th place in the Winston Cup point standings coming into this race, has one victory to his credit so far this year.
So Ernie Irvan is the leader of the race there in car number 4. Behind him is the 71 car of Dave Marcus. Now he has just gone a lap down. He's in 14th position.
So that leaves 13 drivers on the lead lap. Had a pretty good long run here of green flag racing.
And there comes the second place car, Rusty Wallace, the black and gold car.
Yeah, he has definitely closed in on Ernie from the distance he was after they had made their pit stops.
Letting you check for your favorite driver here. There goes Jeff Bodine coming through the frame. And look at Rusty. He is passing the 71 car. And there's the 17 of Darrell Waltrip. Now, Darrell is nursing a very badly wounded car around the racetrack after being involved in that crash here on the main straightaway several laps ago. And of course, added to that was that terrible crash that he had at Daytona 2 weeks ago during the running of the Pepsi 400. He's had terrible luck at Daytona. Darrell, do you ever want to run at that racetrack again?
You know, I've heard one quote that makes a lot of sense to me is adversity will make you better if it doesn't kill you. And so, you know, it's a tough deal for me to stand here 44 years old and with all I've got going for me, my wife, my family, my daughter, and say something like that. But I don't understand what's happened to me at Daytona. I've been going there for all these years. I've had all kind of problems there. I've been hurt there more, but no other racetrack I've ever been to where have I been hurt except Daytona. And I don't know why. And I really am going to give out a lot of thought before I go back there in February. But yes, I'll be back there in 1992 and hopefully beyond. And I'll shake that monkey off my back.
And that's why his Daytona 500 win a couple of years ago was so important to him, because he has had just incredibly terrible luck at Daytona. Jerry?
Bob, you know, surprisingly, Darrell Waltrip was essentially uninjured in that violent multi-flip there down the back straightaway. In fact, Joe Ruttman was hurt worse than Darrell Waltrip. Joe Ruttman hurt his back when his car launched in the air and he came down. The jar was so abrupt it hurt his back. Now, Joe, being the typical stubborn race driver, and his crew chief and car owner came to me this week and said, we can't get him to go to the doctor. He's walking around with a little brace in the lower part of his back. He can barely bend over and he can't turn from side to side. Yet he'll get in the race car and give it 110%. But Ruttman has really been nursing a very sore back, some pulled muscles in the lower back with that accident, while Darrell Waltrip, who took the brunt of those flips there, walked away.
That's unbelievable that Darrell could come out of that unscathed, and Joe Ruttman, who continued around the racetrack, couldn't suffer most of the injuries. As a matter of fact, you know that Darrell's crash there at Daytona, that's his only DNF during the 91 season so far.
You know, while you were talking about Darrell, I started to say that Michael had brought his car back out for just a little bit, but it didn't stay too long.
They apparently would not let him stay out there because of the exposed fuel cell that NASCAR determined to be just a little bit over the safety requirement, or under the safety requirement, and so Michael Waltrip was brought back in. The 2 in the 19 car, there's Rusty Wallace in second position. And the 19 car of Chad Little. Now, it too has gone a lap down, of course, running in 12th position. Chad Little with the new crew chief beginning at this race, Harry Hyde, who recently left the Stavola brothers and has come over to this team for at least the rest of this year and maybe for all of 1992.
There's our third place runner, Mark Martin, the Folgers Ford, number 6. As he goes by the start-finish line right now. Right behind Mark Martin would be Davey Allison, I believe, just a moment ago. There goes Davey. He's been in a crash, has a new nose put on the car.
He's a lap down, shown in 12th position. His troubles began right in the beginning of the race, and they continued at least through the first half, but things have kind of settled down for Davey now. But there you can see that new nose on the car. There's Rick Wilson in car 8.
Snickers Buick, he also backed in the wall up in the tunnel corner early on in the race, but still he came in, they made some repairs. Heat back has been running the entire day.
13 laps down in 25th position, Rick Wilson.
There's Greg Sachs, the Canalo Insurance Oldsmobile. Greg got this ride a couple of months ago.
He's in 19th position, and he is 2 laps down.
And there's the Big Apple Market Chevrolet of Dave Marcus.
He's 14th on the grid.
Just went a lap down not too long ago.
And we can see right behind Marcus is Bill Elliott in the Coors Light Ford Thunderbird.
That's your 4th place car right there. Bill Elliott, winner at Daytona.
And the 5th place car on his back bumper is Jeff Bodine.
Those two Deere Company cars have been running pretty close together for the last 30 or 40 laps.
It's like there's a crack in the windshield there on Jeff's car to the right.
That's not really a cause for alarm. That's not going to cause any problems, but you're right, it is broken.
And behind Jeff Bodine in car number 11. A little bit of racetrack, and the next car is the 55 of Ted Musgrave. As Ned mentioned, he's got a brand new sponsor on that car, Jasper Engines.
And they're from your home state, Jasper, Indiana.
You betcha.
There's Irv Hare, the High Point Betting Oldsmobile.
He was on ESPN last Sunday afternoon in the Trans Am race that Dr. Punch called for us from the streets of Des Moines, Iowa. Irv running in 20th position this afternoon in this Winston Cup event. Continuing to check upon those still out there. 94, Terry Labonte. He has a new crew chief this week.
Dewey Livengood, the engine man, has assumed the crew chief role on the Sunoco Oldsmobile. And there's Ricky Rudd, who is currently 2nd in the Winston Cup point standings. He's now 21st.
Look at the damage on the left side of this car as it goes by.
Incidentally, Terry Labonte is shown in 16th position. He is still 1 lap down.
Ricky Rudd is 2 laps down.
The 22 car of Sterling Marlin. Look at the hubs on this car, the wheels.
And when he made his last pit stop, it looked like they put on Michael Walker's tires and wheels.
I like those yellow wheels on that blue car.
They look good with that car, don't they? He's in 6th position on the lead lap, Sterling Marlin. And also on the lead lap, fine run, still in the top 10 is Dale Jarrett, car number 21, the Citgo Ford that we ride with.
In fact, he's been running Sterling down the last 8 or 10 laps. Once they made their pit stop, Sterling beat him out pretty good and put Strickland right behind him. That is the 6th, 7th, and 8th position we're seeing there.
Festus Buick owned by Bobby Allison, driven by Hut Strickland in 8th position.
If you just joined us at home and you thought you saw Dale Jarrett shift gears and you said, what is he doing? You're right. He was shifting gears. He's running an overdrive track. And look, here Jeff Bodine is trying to pass Bill Elliott. He's on the inside, has the position.
Going for 4th place, Jeff Bodine inside off the 4th corner. They're wheel to wheel as they come down and cross the stripe.
Well, that would have been almost a photo finish if that had been the last lap.
Say that again. They were dead even.
And with all the problems Davey Allison has had today, he's running pretty doggone good.
Yeah, he is.
He's hanging right behind these 2 cars.
He's a lap down now, but he's being shown in 13th position.
You know, when we came on the air, we said there's very little chance of rain. Well,
there's a chance. Pretty good chance, it looks like. It's starting to darken up.
What happens, it just gets so hot and humid, and the atmosphere begins to boil, and that's exactly what's going on as the skies begin to darken, and there is lightning not too far away from the racetrack. So the rain that we had last month when we were here may revisit us, although we are still 43 laps. That calculator, I wish the batteries were better on that thing. We have 44 more laps to go before the end of this race. And look at this. Rusty Wallace has moved right in on the back bumper of Ernie Irvan. That's 1st and 2nd here in the Miller Genuine Draft 500. Back after these messages. Bob Jenkins, Ned Jarrett, Vinnie Parsons, John Kernan, and Dr. Jerry Punch back at Pocono International Raceway for the Miller Genuine Draft 500 Winston Cup race, event number 16 out of 29. The leader on the left of your screen is Ernie Irvin, and behind him by a few car lengths in second place is Rusty Wallace. And we will tell you that there is rain in the area, and perhaps that is causing some concern of Rusty Wallace, and that's why he's attempting to close in so rapidly on Ernie.
He was just 2 or 3 car lengths behind Ernie when we went to break, and during a commercial break, Ernie pulled away by a couple of car lengths, but now it looks like Rusty might be closing the gap ever so slightly.
There's Rick Mask back out there again. He's been in the garage area a couple times, but they've made repairs. Bob Johnson and the crew, and got him back out there, still running laps and trying to get a few points.
Unofficially in 27th position, about 29 laps down. Third place belongs to Mark Martin.
You know, when did Ernie Irvin stop the last time? I wonder when he's going to have to stop. He's got to make 2 more pit stops or something.
Well, let's go to John Kernan and find out about Mark Martin.
Well, first let me answer about Ernie Irvin. He pitted on about lap 132, so he should be able to go about 10 more laps before having to come in. Now with Mark, we had talked earlier, I talked with Steve Mill earlier, and you said the plan was to come in with about 18 laps, take right side tires, and you figured the other guys would have to take on 4 tires. Is the strategy still that?
Well, I'm not sure what the 2 cars got to do. I know Ernie's going to have to stop around lap 170. You got to run 30 laps on tires, so you usually want to get 4. But the rain's kind of figuring in now, so I don't know what's going to happen. I know that we're going to pit on lap 182 and get rights and just see what happens.
Have you tried to get a weather report from anyone, or do you get that technical down here during a race, or do you just look at the clouds sort of like we do?
Yeah, it just came all up on us real quick. You know, we're just looking and hoping it might fall in a window where the 2 has to pit and the 4 has to pit, and we don't. We just don't know, but for sure we got to pit with 18 to go.
Thank you, Steve Meal, crew chief for Mark Martin. Let's go to Jerry Punch.
We're down here in the Rusty Wallace pit. Jimmy Maycar clocking his driver and telling Rusty the time as they go by. And Jimmy, the cloud cover coming over in a hurry, does that concern you a little bit?
Yeah, it sure does. It's going to play a little bit of a part on when we pit the car, you know, whether to stretch out our gas stop and worry about the rain, or whether to go ahead as planned and pit a little early.
The 4 cars lost some laps to you on their last stop. They're going to have to pit early again. Now you guys can make it, what, on 1 more stop?
Yeah, 1 more stop. I think both of us can go on 1 more stop. So we're going to probably just wait and see what he does on his last stop and then do accordingly.
So Rusty Wallace has the advantage of possibly being able to stay out some extra laps. Let's check in the Ernie Irvin pit where John Kernan is standing with Tony Glover.
Well, we understand that Ernie is going to have to pit in about 9 laps. Tony Glover talking over with some of the crew. Now, you have to pit in about 9 laps. How's the weather going to play in on that?
Well, I tell you, there's not a lot we can do about the weather. You know, they can go a little farther on fuel when we can. We got a little bit faster race car. If they beat us on account of the weather, they'll just have to have at it. Because, you know, we're going to run our race. We're going to pit when we have to and see what happens.
Now, you'll be able to make it the rest of the way, but what about your tires? They'll be able to have some fresher tires than you as you go down the stretch.
Well, I really don't think that'll matter because right now Rusty's on about 10 lap fresher tires than we are. And, you know, I don't think he's got much of a Kodak Delco Remy Chevrolet right now.
Well, there you have it from crew chief Tony Glover. He still thinks they got a pretty good shot at winning this race, and they're due to pit in about 8 laps.
Good work by our 2 pit guys on bringing us up to date on the strategy that the top 3 cars are thinking about here in the closing laps of this race, and with rain bearing down.
Now, fellas, on the last run, Ernie Irvin only made 31 laps on that run, and now he has run 29 laps since he was in the last time. If he can go 8 more laps, maybe there was a problem with that light, Benny. And I'm sure that they calculated the score that they put in it at that time and said, hey, he could have gone maybe a little further.
What happened was, and John Mike can check with those guys and just see how much gasoline they put in that car on 29 laps. If the light was flickering and they put in 15 gallons, they said, whoops, we've got a bad light.
It wasn't the fuel situation. It was the light that was wrong. Well, Ernie Irvin leads over Rusty Wallace at 163 laps completed of the Miller Genuine Draft 500 at Pocono International Raceway. Back with more after this. Okay. Didn't say anything. Around the world with over 1 million miles of auto racing coverage, ESPN Speed World brings you live coverage from Pocono International Raceway in northeastern Pennsylvania. The Miller Genuine Draft 500 Winston Cup race. 35 laps remaining in this contest. Ernie Irvan leads Rusty Wallace. Ernie Irvan will be coming in for a pit stop. Probably around 3 more laps, we estimate. Meanwhile, dicing for position back of the leader is Hut Strickler.
6th, 7th, and 8th. They have been changing around a little bit. And Hut was running at 8th not too long ago, and I think he got the word that there were some clouds moving in, so he stepped up the pace a little bit, but he hasn't been able to shake it. When they come down the front straightaway, it's interesting. Hut, he tries to break the draft, and so Marlon and Jarrett just follows him right over there, so not looking that good, I guess. But they're headed into turn 3 right now.
Dale Jarrett pulls up right on the back of Sterling Marlin's car, so it looks like he's getting into that corner real well. Now they head down the straightaway we're talking about. So there goes Hut down in the second lane. Yep. There we see Dale shift into. Now Hut goes back up in the top lane.
Dale has to make a real wide turn into 1. He said he just couldn't get the car to work unless he made that wide turn, but whatever it takes. In fact, I guess that's the best way to go through that turn.
It is the best way. Yes, it is. You need to go really wide because if you don't, in the middle of the corner, the car just has a terrible problem not wanting to turn. Hut Strickland put a couple of callings on those guys that time.
Oh, kicked out a little bit that time.
And Dale is in 8th position, and there are 10 cars on the lead lap. Brett Bodine and Joe Rutland are behind Dale Jarrett. Now Dale takes a look to the inside of Sterling Marlin coming out of the 3rd turn.
Sterling has a little more power, though, down the straightaway.
And there goes Hut Strickland with his snaking maneuver down the front straightaway.
He learned that from Neil Bonnet, watching him on TV here a number of years ago. Yeah. Neil got criticized by a reporter for doing that. Wasn't anybody on our crew. Yeah, Hut began to pull away as Marlon and Jarrett sort of dice around back there. Sterling's car doesn't look like it's handling too good in the corners now. Tires, once the tires heat up, it was that way before he made his last pit stop. He got pretty squirrely in the turns.
You see how dark it's become. Those lights on the scoreboard are very visible now, and it remains very hazy, but it's also very dark.
Hut Strickland had a very, very good car earlier on. Was involved in a huge crash with several other cars, and the car lost a little something since that crash.
Yeah, it's not running as fast as it was then. It's still running good, but not nearly as good as it was.
There's Ernie Irvan trying to put another lap on Rick.
Ooh, looky here.
He comes for a pit stop. Ernie Irvan is making a pit stop. John Kernan will call this stop by the leader, Ernie Irvan, on lap 168.
Well, he's coming in about a lap earlier than what we had projected earlier, and talking with Tony Glover, the crew chief. They are waiting for Ernie to come down. We're anticipating a 4-tire change. It looks like they're going to go with 4 sticker tires on the car, possibly maybe just a lap. Ernie pulls into his pit stall. This will be his last stop of the day. And, you know, he didn't really seem to be giving up that much running on 10-lap older tires than Rusty Wallace. Tony Glover may have something in the the setup here that he can run just a little bit longer. They get the tires changed on the right side. They swing it around. Ernie throws the water bottle out of the cockpit. They will go to the left side. Lug nuts going on. The gas is full. And Ernie is a pretty good pit stop for the Kodak Chevrolet team.
Well, pitting that far down on pit road, you don't have to worry about his speed going out. He can go ahead and smash the gas and take off.
Long way down pit road, though. You're off turn 3, and you're pitted way down toward turn 1.
Boy, don't you know he felt like it was forever and a day getting there.
Well, now this time, fellas, he went 36 laps on that tank. He only went 31 before, and he only has had about 31 or 32 laps to go, so he should be okay.
Yep.
I should say he only has that much to go to the end of the race, so he should have enough fuel to make it.
Rusty Wallace has picked up the lead in the race on the rear of the pit stop. There is Rusty, and in 7 more laps, we hear Rusty will be in for his final pit stop of the day.
The question is what is Rusty going to do with 23 laps to go? He probably has no choice but put on 4 fresh tires. And Steve Mill reported if it doesn't rain at 182, he's going to put on 2 right side tires, and that 10 seconds might mean the difference in winning and losing.
Very good point. And we understand that there might be some moisture falling up in turn 3 now. That's where the heavy cloud is.
Oh, it'll be too bad if this race is halted here because of rain, because we have a really exciting finish set up here. Bill Elliott comes in for a pit stop, and it begins to rain harder in turn number 3. In fact, the fans you can see there begin to look toward the sky and hold out their hand as if to indicate that rain is coming from the dark cloud.
You know, Rusty Wallace, if it is raining up there, is screaming on the radio to Jimmy Makar, tell him to throw the caution. It's raining, hoping that they'll slow down and it comes a downpour and the rain will never get started back.
Let's go to Jerry Punch.
Well, they are caught between the rock and a hard place here in the Rusty Wallace pit. They can run as long as possibly 177 laps under green. They were planning on pitting on lap 176, but now with the rain and the caution flag now being shown to the field, it's really going to put them in a quandary. They may be able to squeeze a little extra mileage out of this car with the reduced speed under caution, but they're going to do some quick calculating here in the Miller Genuine Draft pits.
You can see Doyle Ford waving the yellow and pointing toward the sky so as to indicate that the reason for his yellow flag is rain.
But Rusty Wallace did not take the caution flag. He did not take the caution flag the last time, so he must outrun the 6 car Mark Martin back to the line, and so far that seems to be no problem.
And a report from John Kernan.
Mark Martin and his crew were planning to stay out until lap 182. They are not going to pit under this caution. I asked Steve Mill what their plan was. He pointed out to the racetrack. We're staying out on the racetrack regardless of what this rain does.
So Rusty Wallace now comes down and gets the yellow flag, slowing the pace of the event once again.
You see Bill Elliott on the inside just made that pit stop, so now he is a lap down.
That's a tough position to be in, because even if the race is restarted again, then they'll be able to make their pit stops under caution.
Bill falls to 9th position because of that pit stop that came just before the yellow because of rain. And it's beginning to rain pretty significantly here on the main straightaway. We see the drops of moisture coming onto our glass here in our broadcast booth, so this could be a rain delay of some duration. Rusty Wallace has hopes that it is the end of the day and the end of the race, because if that were the case, he would be declared the winner of the Miller Genuine Draft 500. Right back.
Davey Alston's leading.
Oh, look at that wind down turns 1, turn one.
Man, oh man, oh man.
Yeah, and that flag's going, that big old flag going straight out.
So much. Well, that's one consolation. Yep. We're back at Pocono, and because of the rain that's falling right now, the outside air temperature has fallen, and the inside air temperature inside the Jeff Bodine Budweiser 4 that we are watching right now is also dropped by about 5 degrees, and look how windy it's become in the past few minutes.
Tell you what, Doyle looks like that flag may blow right out of his hands. It is really windy out there.
Flags are standing straight out, and a lot of dust has been kicked up out in the turn number 1 area. Now, we indicated earlier how dry it is here. They haven't received a significant rainfall in quite a while, thus making conditions rather dry here, and the heavy, strong winds have really kicked up some dust.
So every farmer in Rusty Wallace is hoping it rains.
That's right. As a matter of fact, I believe that the most recent significant rainfall that they had was at this race in June.
Yeah, and they've had the politicians in the area on local TV here for the last several days, and they're asking for the federal government, as a matter of fact, to declare a number of counties here for
disaster areas.
Drought.
Yeah. Well, the strategy is being talked about down on pit road while the rain falls, and as I said, it has begun to come down quite heavily now. The Folgers team of Mark Martin surveys the situation. I would not be surprised if we didn't have a red flag here before too long, because it appears as if the track, at least here on the main straightaway, is pretty wet. But for the moment, it's only a caution as the pit crew members seek shelter. But Steve Meal and Tony Glover are talking about what's going on the racetrack.
They're trying to figure out exactly, now what can we do to get in front of the 2 car? Now, can we team up on this guy, or?
Well, Tony Glover, the crew chief on the Kodak film Chevrolet of Ernie Irvin, he's going to be the big loser of that team because they were leading the race, came in for their pit stop, and now they're back in 7th position.
Yep. You can see that the rain is falling quite a bit, and the wind is kicking up, and conditions aren't real good right now for racing here at Pocono, and that's the reason why the yellow is out for a rain delay after 175 laps.
Rusty and them, they got to start sweating whether they got enough fuel to go much longer.
Neil just said they're going to stop.
I'm headed up. Tim Brewer is the mechanic of the race, Western Auto mechanic of the race. Okay.
Did you say they're going to stop them, Neil?
They're going to stop them next lap. They're going to allow 2 men and a generator only to the car. So I'm going to head up and get Brewer right quick while they get these cars stopped.
I tell you, Rusty and them's got to be glad of that, because they can't go much farther on fuel.
Well, they can go to 182. My car
really?
just told me they could. Well, under caution.
Oh.
If it had gone green, they'd had to stop by 177. But they can go 182 under the caution. But then as soon as they restart them, they're going to have to get it. They're going to have to get on pit road for fuel. I'm on my way up to get Brewer.
Hey, Neil, get a shot of the 28. Look at the 28 pit down there. Is that thinking or what?
Yeah.
I had never.
Several of them.
Yeah, they did that here in June.
That's keeping their pit dry just in case they have to make another pit stop. Rusty's.
It's raining at Pocono International Raceway, interrupting our Miller Genuine Draft 500, and Davey Allison's crew is among many that are bringing out the tarps and putting it down in their pit area so as to keep that area dry from the rain that's falling. And so when things go back to racing, they will have a nice dry pit area. There you can see many of the teams employing the same strategy.
Isn't that is very, very intelligent. I have never seen that before.
There's Jack Roush and Steve Meal as they talk over the situation regarding their driver, Mark Martin, who right now is in second position as the field will come down this time and receive the red flag, putting a halt to this race.
Rusty Wallace is leading. Mark Martin is second. Jeff Bodine third. Hut Strickland is fourth. Sterling Marlin fifth. Dale Jarrett sixth. Ernie Irvin seventh. Brett Bodine is eighth. And Chad Little is ninth. And that is the only 9 cars on the lead lap. Bill Elliott lost a lap on his pit stop. He's in 10th place.
And to make it very clear that just because the field is receiving the red flag from Doyle Ford and stopping this race, it doesn't mean that it's over. NASCAR will make every attempt to get the track dry and to complete the last 25 laps of this race. But if, of course, they see that they cannot do that before darkness comes in, then the race can be declared an official event at this point because it is past the halfway point. Let's go to Jerry Punch, who is with the man who's been named the Western Auto Mechanic of the race.
And rightfully so. Tim Brewer here in the Budweiser pit talking to his driver, Jeff Bodine, as he came by. And Timmy, congratulations on being named Western Auto Mechanic of the race. It's certainly an outstanding effort by the whole team, but your leadership.
Well, you know, Jerry, we'd like to thank the Western Auto people. You know, it's a real distinguished award. You know, we're proud to be back with a Budweiser car. And, you know, right now the award's nice, but we'd like to be sitting atop that leaderboard for the win. You know, we're the defending champions here at the Miller 500. And, you know, with a Budweiser car, we'd just like to have a little bit of that money to put some ice on our beer, you know. But, you know, the Budweiser Ford and Jeff Bodine, they've done a great job for us today. So we'll just have to see how Mother Nature lets us run the rest of this thing, or we just go home in third place.
Now, obviously, you want to see this race restarted. How are you sitting for fuel right now? You know, both the 6 and 2 car are going to have to come in within the next 7 or 8 laps. How about you guys?
Well, you know, we're in the same boat. We need just a little bit of fuel. We thought by the cars coming in changing 4 tires, we'd come in and get a splash of fuel and hopefully beat them to the line. But now, you know, all that strategy kind of went out the window. You're sitting here betting that you can beat them. It's going to be a crapshoot. I mean, you just go out there and do the best you can. And, you know, Jeff, he'll just drive the thing in there. If it sticks, he'll stand in the gas. If not, well, we came to win, so, you know, we're not looking for any points. So, you know, that's the way it'll go.
One of the best poker players I know, Tim Brewer, the Western Auto Mechanic of the race. He and the crew will go down and get with their driver, Jeff Bodine, as they have pulled those cars down on the pit road. And John Curtin has been able to catch up with Rusty Wallace. John?
Rusty just pulled the Miller Genuine Draft Pontiac onto pit road. You're in a good position. You're leading the race. You got a pit stop still to make, but I feel a little deja vu here. The first race you won this year was after a rain delay, wasn't it?
Yeah, it sure was. I tell you, we've got, man, we got a new motor in this thing, and it's got so much power, it's unreal. It's just, it feels so good because before I was dodging trying to get out of the way, and now I'm just looking for a place to pass them. Boy, the guys back at the engine shop and everybody back at Penske Racing is doing a killer job because, you know, if I can get in, if we do start back up and we get 4 tires, I still think I can win a race. My car's a little better than Ernie's. Just gonna have to drive hard, and it's running really good right now. So I'm hoping it's raining, but I kind of like to be in fair and square too.
So it doesn't do that much to your to Rusty's. Apparently his strategy, he's still going to have to come in and get 4 tires and get some fuel to finish out the race. Right now he's sitting at the front of the grid, and they're getting ready to cover up his car. And you know what, guys? It stopped raining right down here.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it's raining quite as hard here where we are. And as a matter of fact, the sky looks a little brighter too as we look over toward turn number 2. But for the moment, the track is damp, and it has brought to a halt the running of this 500-mile race here at Pocono. Okay.
We still need to plug our motorhome.
Fleetwood.
Yep.
Okay.
We need to plug Fleetwood.
Sorry about that, Jack.
Fleetwood motorhomes. We need to do that.
No, it isn't.
Yeah, G.
The safety vehicles have moved on to the 2.5-mile tri-oval known as Pocono International Raceway to expedite the drying of this facility. It isn't very wet, just a little damp, and it shouldn't be very much longer before we can get this race back underway if it doesn't rain anymore.
And every one of those drivers in those safety vehicles is daydreaming about being Rusty Wallace and driving.
Here before I'm 40, I said, just put on my tombstone. Wasn't here for a long time, but sure had a good time.
Tim Brewer, the crew chief on the number 11 Budweiser Ford, driven by Jeff Bodine, who today has been named Western Auto Mechanic of the Race. Jeff Bodine is third, Mark Martin second. The leader is Rusty Wallace as we are under a rain delay here at Pocono International Raceway. Bingo. Is this a coverall? No racing on the track. The activity is confined to pit road at this moment as the rain continues to fall. As a matter of fact, it picked up a little bit and had quite a squall in the last few minutes, so the track drying procedures are underway. Let's go to John Kernan.
Well, Bill, you won last time we were here on ESPN with the race, and something happened just to you having a pretty good run on the lead lap, and then you pitted right before the caution came out here in the red flag, so it put you a lap down. Can you still make that back up if this race gets restarted?
Well, maybe. You know, Rusty's still going to come in, and we can stay out, so that's going to give us a little bit of advantage being at the front of the pack, but still it's going to be hard to keep them guys a lap down, and you got to guarantee another caution is going to come out, which, you know, there's already a lot happening, and I don't foresee another one coming out, but you know, we'll just do the best we can. We've had a pretty good day. We've avoided a lot of the stuff that's went on so far, and we had a flat tire, you know, later on in the race that's really put us behind and really hadn't got us caught back up good yet.
You know, a lot of times on these broadcasts this year, it seems like we get a lot of rain, and I'm always having to play weatherman. Now, Bill is a pilot, so he has to deal with the weather and filing flight plans. Can you look at the clouds and give me any type of estimate how long this is going to stay?
I have no idea. Like that saying goes, it's going to be hot or cold depending on the weather. It looks like it's going to rain or not depending on the weather.
Spoken like a true weatherman, I think. Let's go up pit road to Jerry Punch.
Now here Ernie Irvin thinks that it's not raining at all, but you got to remember Ernie Irvin has already been on pit road and gotten 4 tires and a tank of fuel, so he wants it to quit raining so he can get back in racing. Now you're sitting in pretty good shape if the rain goes away.
Yeah, you know, I've been sitting there watching it. The wind's blowing hard, and you know, I don't think there's no problem to quit raining as long as we get the track dry, and we're sitting in a good shot because we got all of our fuel in. We got 4 brand new tires, and everybody else has to pit.
Now, what's the deal here? You came in once just a pit stop ago, awfully early. Did someone's batteries in the calculator fail? Or I understand you had a light flickering there on the dash?
No, we have a fuel light and a fuel pressure gauge, and you know, we just didn't want to push it till it run out of gas because we could burn a piston. So, you know, we just worried about getting our fuel, and we'd have to make 2 stops anyway. So, wanted to get it done with, and if we could get out before them, then we can run a second of a lap faster for 5 or 10 laps before they pit. So, it gives us a good advantage.
Now, Rusty Wallace and you apparently have the 2 stronger cars here most of the afternoon. Rusty came by a minute ago and was picking at you, sort of busting your chops a little bit, said, now this is a repeat of Bristol, except now you've got the fresh tires.
Yeah, it sure is. You know, we had a rain delay there. Davey was leading. I was running second. Rusty was with 4 brand new tires, and ended up him winning the race, me running second. We hope it don't end up that way this time.
Predictions on the weather?
It's going to blow over here.
Okay, Ernie Irvin wants it to get back to green flag racing. Let's check in where John Kernan is standing by with Joe Ruttman.
Jerry, I tell you what, I feel like I'm being hit by pellets down here. The drops have just increased in size. It's starting to rain fairly hard. And we're with Joe, and we'd mentioned earlier in the broadcast, Joe, that you'd hurt your back at Daytona in that crash that you were involved with Darrell Waltrip. How's that feeling now?
Well, fortunately, it's been coming around, and I was a little concerned, you know, when I hit that road when we went off the track. I'm sure Darrell took a far more exciting run than I did, but, you know, when that baby took off, you know, it jammed my back. And fortunately, though, so we had a week off, and I think that's kind of what saved me. So, and the boys have been working flat out trying to get our Speedway program ready for Talladega, because we know that if we get it running that good, we got a chance to win one of these races, and that's what it's all about. So that's what we're really looking forward to.
How long, you know, when you're with a team and you're new with them and you've been out of the circuit for a while and you come back in, how long does it take to get the feel back in it and the feel that you can go out there and be competitive? I mean, you started off the year great at Daytona.
Well, I truly think it's not us getting together. It's a matter of we made a transition from rear steer cars to front steer cars, and we're just getting acquainted with the front steer cars. And we've been running a bit better than what our finishes has indicated in some of the other races, but we're still not satisfied with how we're running. To answer the question, it better not be too long, because this season could be over and I could be out of a job again. So I want Dinner Bill to hang with me in Food Lion and Butch and Bob and say, hey, maybe he can do the job. And I think we're coming around and doing a bit better.
Joe Ruttman, who is sitting now in line, 4th place, but a little bit further down on the grid from there, has had some good runs this year and also had some heartache, but he's managed to keep a smile throughout it all.
Joe Ruttman waits with the others for the weather to clear, but right now it is raining pretty hard. In fact, it could almost be described as pouring down rain here on the front stretch at Pocono. Back after these messages.
What's going to happen with Bodine, who's sitting on pit road? What will they do in that case?
All right, sir.
Race ends and finishes third. But if the
It's a good idea.
Is that 5 car not out of gas? Didn't Shredder push him?
Yeah, he pushed him. Yeah.
Sure did.
What happens? Can he back up?
No.
Nope.
Well, how does he go? Well, then what do they do?
Okay.
That's a good idea.
We still need to give a plug to that motorhome.
Yep.
I know we don't have much time, but
we may have a lot of time here. There's the
I could say that I got me a blueberry pie waiting for me down in our Fleetwood motorhome.
Man. I hope it doesn't end up on the top of your head. Downright nasty, isn't it? The billboards. Oh, sorry. Rain continues to fall at Pocono International Raceway, interrupting our Miller Genuine Draft 500 with 176 laps completed, 24 to be run. Rusty Wallace is the leader of the race at this point, and now it becomes a question of whether or not they will be able to get this race restarted, because a lot of moisture has fallen in the last 15 minutes.
You know what's wrong with this whole deal?
Well, a lot, but what are your thoughts?
Well, I mean, the whole biggest problem with it is that, you know, the Fleetwood Motorhome people furnished us with a motorhome this weekend, and one of the executives, Wise, baked me a blueberry pie. And it's waiting on me. And
down there,
this race is supposed to be over in about 5 minutes, and I was.
Benny can't get to it. It's about 300 yards down there in the rain.
Well, it probably end up on the top of his head anyway. John Kernan is with Chad Little.
Hey, we're getting soaked down here. Chad, you'd moved all the way up into 3rd position earlier today, and I understand Harry told you it was to get some TV time and a little something else.
Yeah, we've got that Sly Fox Harry Hyde with us now, and I guess he understands more of the angles than we do, and he wanted us to stay out there and pit, and he was on the same idea Schrader was, because I noticed Schrader stayed out as long as we did, and it worked out good. He got me up in front, and we stayed out of some of those wrecks, and that really helped a lot. And I'm real happy with the way cars smell. We're a little tight right now, and it's messing with me coming out of 1 and up out of 3. But other than that, you know, the car feels pretty good, and the Tyson Bullseye Ford, it's been a pretty good day.
Now, Harry's been with you a week. Have you been able to learn much from him in that time?
Yeah, you know, he talks a lot on the radio, more than anybody I'm ever used to, and that's good. He keeps me calm and tells jokes during the cautions, and it's just it's a pleasure to have him with. It gives you a lot more confidence, and this is probably, you know, I have a worse time Pocono than most any other track, and the car feels really comfortable today, so I'm happy with it.
Well, he's sitting in 12th position right now, Chad Little, and we're getting soaked down here right now. Jerry, where are you?
Well, John, I think that's the fact that I was able to find an umbrella up here out of the courtesy of someone's heart. They took pity on me, and we found Hut Strickland as well. And Hut, I just spoke with Ernie Irvin, and as far as he's concerned, it's just barely a drizzle here, although it's what we call a frog choker back in North Carolina. This rain's coming down pretty hard. Now, you would like to see this thing go ahead and end the way it is because you need to pit.
Well, we really would, but, you know, I think if there's a chance comes up that we do get the race restarted, then we got a couple more adjustments I feel like we can make, and, you know, maybe we can move on up just a little bit. And, you know, we're not going to be terribly disappointed if it rains it out, but we'll, you know, work on it and get a little bit better.
But Bobby Allison on team has really come together. I mean, since the mid portion of the first part of the year, the second place finish at Michigan, you guys were awfully strong. You run well in the super speedways. And then once again here at Pocono, you were one of the strongest and are one of the strongest cars in the field.
Well, you know, I tell you, I just have to give all the credit to all the guys that work on this Robustus Brakes Tic-Tac Buick here. You know, they just, you know, they give it their all, and they, you know, do anything I want to do to the car, and that's really what it's all about.
Hut Strickland, one of the members of the Alabama gang, sort of hoping that the water continues, but then again, maybe not, because he could possibly win it. Bob?
Right now, he is in 4th position, Hut Strickland. And you can see the fans beginning to find their way toward their cars, as many believe that this race will not be resumed. As we look back over the wooded area off the racetrack, we can see the rain falling over there too. Let's take a look at the way they're running at the red flag mark of 176 laps. Rusty, of course, leading Mark, Jeff, Hut, and Sterling. 6 through 10, Dale Jarrett. Ernie Irvin 7th, just made a pit stop. Brett Bodine is 8th, and Bill Elliott and Joe Ruttman, who we heard from just a few minutes ago. Then we take a look at Bobby Hamilton, Chad Little running in 12th position, Ted Musgrave, Davey Hamilton, and Terry Labonte round out the top 15.
Davey Allison, you mean. There's Alan Kowicki, 16th, Greg Sachs, Dave Marcus, Ricky Rudd, and Irv Hare in 20th spot. 21st, Jimmy Means, the Alka-Seltzer Pontiac, Dale Earnhardt, 22nd, Schrader, after breaking an A-frame, 23rd, Rick Wilson 24th, and J.D. McDuffie is now 25th.
He's moving right up in the field. Harry Gant, of course, is in the garage area now, so he'll be shown in 26th position. Rick Master in the garage area as well at 27th. Bobby Hillen, 28th. Darrell Waltrip will get credit for 29th if it stops here. Lake Speed, 30th. He, too, is in the garage area. 40 cars started this race. Richard Petty, 31st. John Paul Jr., Gary Wright, Morgan Shepherd, and Dick Trickle, all of those cars in the garage area now.
And then the final 5, Derek Cope, Jimmy Spencer, Michael Waltrip, Bill Venturini, and Gary Ballou. Those cars, of course, have been out of the race for quite some time. 176 laps completed. It continues to absolutely pour down rain here at the racetrack. Back after these messages. Okay. All right, sir. Hi, John, back in the Bristol headquarters, if you're listening. Haven't, oh, John, you're at home. Come on, we'll get to the office then.
Is he on satellite?
Okay.
Well, heck with you, John.
Yeah. That's the case.
It was interesting when they interviewed the Tony Glover, and he said that they were faster than the 2-car, and then interviewed Rusty, and he said, well, we're a little bit stronger than he is. Well, that's good. They got to think that way.
Yeah.
The Miller Genuine Draft 500 here at Pocono International Raceway in northeastern Pennsylvania is under a rain delay. We have completed 176 laps of this race, and at the moment, Rusty Wallace is the leader. Our Speed World coverage is being brought to you this afternoon by GMC Trucks. It's not just a truck anymore, it's quality on the road. By Quaker State, the Big Q is One Tough Motor Oil. And by Budweiser, the king of beers with that clean, crisp, cold taste. Nothing beats a Bud. Jerry Punch is with Alan Kowicki as both of them try to dodge the raindrops.
Indeed, Bob. Well, we happen to be underneath the Hooters hood here at the back of his truck, and certainly that would be nice as well to have an afternoon here with something good to eat from Hooters. But Alan, second pole of the year, the car ran awfully well early in the race, and then you happen to be caught in that melee up in turn 3. What happened? What did you see up there?
Some cars, I mean, there was a whole pack of cars, and a couple cars got together. Someone started spinning. I think it was Hut Strickland, and I don't know. I saw Richard Petty's car look like it got really airborne, and I almost went down pit road. I thought I had it cleared, and there was a car there, and there was a wide open spot on the track. I went for it, and out of nowhere, Darrell Waltrip came spinning in front of me, and we got the front end tore up on the Hooters Ford, and that's too bad. I mean, the car ran great. The guys in the crew did a good job, and you know, I think we had a legitimate shot to win this race. I think Schrader and I were probably the two best cars out there at that point.
Now, are you going to have to pit? I understand you're sitting 16th right now, 2 laps down. Still could get a pretty good finish out, I guess, if you can get back to green.
Well, we'll probably have one more pit stop for gas only if it ever gets green, though. It doesn't look too good right now.
Not very optimistic right now from our position here in the pits. Very, very overcast, still raining, but anything can happen here because it's Pocono, and certainly we like to get some more racing on the air. Bob?
Yeah, you remember last time we were here and it rained so hard, it looked as if we were going to have to call it a day early, but then the sun came out and the track dried very quickly, so that could be what we're looking at here later this afternoon, although again there has been a lot of moisture fall in the front stretch, and all the way around this racetrack is very damp. The trucks have stopped. They are no longer on the racetrack trying to keep it dry, so it's just a matter now of waiting out the rain and seeing if we can get this thing back underway.
Yeah, those trucks were losing ground out there.
Yeah,
They're trying to dry the track. It was getting wetter by the minute, as you have said several times. The rain was really pouring down, although it seems to have slacked off a little bit right now, but the racetrack is very, very wet.
Yeah, at least we can see the second turn now. A few minutes ago, we couldn't even see over there. It was raining so hard, but it does continue to rain a little bit. Well, Jerry now has hooked up with Dale Jarrett, who's having a good run here today, right now running in 6th position.
Well, indeed he is, and we almost changed the rating on this show. Dale quickly got his uniform slipped back up on his waist here, and we might have had some real cable television here, Dale. First of all, congratulations on what has been a real good run for you so far.
Well, thanks. We've struggled with the Citgo Ford. We're getting beat down the straightaway a little today, but the car's driving awfully good. I tell you, and Eddie has really put a setup under the car that really lets me get through the corners, and we're doing a lot of shifting out there. That's something new for Pocono here with us and for me, but it's working well in that respect. But you know, 6 is about as good as we could do. We fell way behind earlier in the race, and we blew up our engine yesterday afternoon in practice, the very last thing. We didn't get a chance to tune this one in, and it's made a little bit of difference. But you know, we'd probably be happy with 6th right now. I know the fans would like to see these last 24 laps, but the way things have gone today, we'll put the Citgo Ford to 6th and put it back in the truck.
Now, you've had a couple of close calls early in the race. You spun out of turn 4, managed to keep the car out of the wall. What happened then?
Well, we'd gotten the car adjusted, and I was trying to come back up through, and Greg Sachs slid up a little bit, and I thought I had enough room to get between him and get by him, and I just didn't. I misjudged it. It was my fault, and I hit him, and when I did, he just turned me sideways. I was up on the ripples anyway, and he just turned me sideways, and instead of turning back and hitting him again, I just locked it down and spun it out. So we were lucky. We got a caution there. It didn't hurt anything, and you know, that was my mistake for the day, and it's all my fault. Just glad it didn't mess Greg up anymore, and didn't mess our car up anymore. So, you know, we've had to struggle back, but it looks like we're going to get a top 10 out of this, and that'll be a pretty good day's work here at Pocono.
That second wreck up there in turn 3, the big one, I mean, you really snaked through that. Looked like a running back hunting for a hole there in the line of scrimmage. You came through unscathed.
Yeah, we were fortunate. My spotter did a good job, saw it happen right off. Of course, I saw it happen, and he let me know where cars were going, and I got slowed down enough. And it was just a miracle to miss all of that because cars were going everywhere. I started down pit road, and 2 cars went flying that way, and I decided not to go there. And then as I started towards the inside, I was following Alan Kowicki, and there comes Darrell Waltrip right across in front of me. Unfortunately, Alan didn't get stopped, but I was slowed down enough that I could get by it. So it was a heck of a wreck. Glad the guys are okay, but I hate to see that many good cars go out.
Well, you got a good run going here, maybe a good finish. Right 6th right now. And one final question: the announcement to be with Joe Gibbs next year. You got to be awfully excited about getting their Redskin coach into NASCAR racing.
Well, I am. I'm looking forward to it. It's a good opportunity, I think, for me. It was a tough decision in leaving these guys, but just one, you have to take a chance somewhere along the line and see how things are going to work out. And this looks like a very good opportunity for me. A good sponsor, and looks like I'm going to have a good crew chief that we'll be ready to name next week. So a lot of good things happening, and just look forward to that. But the main thing I want to do is win a race with these guys in 91.
Well, the Wood brothers and Dale Jarrett still have a good shot at it. They're 6th today, and if we get back to green flag racing, who knows? It's Pocono. Let's go up to John Kernan, who's standing by with Dale Earnhardt.
I tell you, I think that Dale and I might be able to fish down here by his truck. We got a little stream running by. What?
Trout stream.
Trout stream. You were involved in that big crash. What happened out there?
Well, really, I got there when Petty was in the air. I thought I had it missed, and they bumped me from the rear and shoved me on in the rut, and then who knows what else I hit. I don't know. We're just trying to steer out of it. And it's one of them deals. I hope nobody started that at the first. I hope it was all accidents. I hope nobody turned nobody sideways on purpose or anything.
Got the rain coming down. I would imagine that with the way the day has gone for you, you'd just rather that they finish this race and you could get on your way back home.
It wouldn't bother me too much, but I'd rather the last, 20-some laps maybe.
Yeah.
Don't matter to me. I can do it or not.
How the car just looks beat up and just beat all to heck. How is it to drive out there?
Well, it doesn't drive too good. The right front A-frame is bent. It's the biggest problem, and the aerodynamics is not any good, but the right front A-frame is posing a problem, really. It's skating off the corners pretty bad, and other than that, it drives pretty good,
Well, I think you got to give these guys a hand. They worked really hard after that big wreck, and as Dale said, it was a little bit tough to drive, but they're out there gunning for that Winston Cup championship.
And Earnhardt, of course, is the leader of the point standings right now with 146-point advantage on Ricky Rudd, as the 1991 Winston Cup season is now in its 2nd half. Doesn't appear to be raining quite as hard, if at all, here on the main straightaway at least, and so we again renew our optimism about the possibility of this thing getting restarted at some point. But because it will take quite a while to dry this racetrack, we are looking at still quite a while before we can get this race resumed again with the final 24 laps. We'll be back with more of our live coverage of this Miller Genuine Draft 500 from Pocono in just a moment. That is the story here at Pocono. A lot of moisture on the racetrack as the sweeper comes down pit road in an effort to get some of the moisture displaced and evaporated. The safety trucks now begin to go around the track in an attempt to dry it. It isn't raining at the moment, but we have had quite a downpour of precipitation, and that has halted our race here this afternoon at 176 out of 200 laps. Again, Rusty Wallace is the leader at this point. Mark Martin is running in 2nd, and 3rd position belongs to Jeff Bodine. We'll show you the entire standings as we have them right now. Hut Strickland running 4th, Sterling Marlin in 5th position. 6th is Dale Jarrett, then Ernie Irvin, Brett Bodine, Bill Elliott, and Joe Ruttman. 11 through 15, Bobby Hamilton, Chad Little, Ted Musgrave, Davey Allison, and Terry Labonte.
16th runner, Alan Kowicki, our pole sitter. Greg Sachs, 17th. Dave Marcus, Ricky Rudd, and Irv Hare. 21st position so far is Jimmy Means, Dale Earnhardt, Kenny Schrader, Rick Wilson, and J.D. McDuffie. This is after 176 of 200 laps. 26th, Harry Gant, Rick Mast, Bobby Hill, and Darrell Waltrip back in 29th. He is back on the racetrack after the crash, and Lake Speed in 30th.
And in 31st place, Richard Petty, John Paul Jr., 32nd, Gary Wright, 33rd, Morgan Shepherd, 34th. Of course, he's long been gone from the field here. Dick Trickle, 35th. In 36th, Derek Cope will get credit for that position. Jimmy Spencer, 37th. Michael Waltrip, 38th. Bill Venturini, 39th. And Gary Ballou will get credited with the 40th position.
John Kernan is with Brett Bodine.
Well, Brett's finished high as second today. He's down to 8th right now as we're sitting under the red flag. But you say you got a miss in the car, and that's plagued you all day long?
We've had it since the green flag. The Quaker State Buick's had a slight skip. It kind of comes and goes. At first we thought possibly it was fuel system related, possibly a carburetor dumping over. But I tend to think it's more like a ignition wire or switch or something that's just, you know, happens to be loose and causing it to intermittently miss. It comes and goes, and sometimes it bothers us, sometimes the car runs fine. But the car's running well. I mean, other than that, handling well. We've kind of got a mismatched set of tires on right now that we're not real happy with, and we need to make an adjustment, which we will if we get to go back out here. We'll get some 4 fresh Goodyears and about a can of gas and get ready to go to the end. I think Quaker State Buick can gain a few spots before it's over with.
Well, that seems to be the question. Are we going to get it back up there? Well, it looks to be clearing. For more on the weather, let's go to Jerry Punch.
Just got a quick look at the weather radar inside the NASCAR truck here, and it looks awfully good because there's the cell that is over us a minute ago has moved away. Most of the rain is to the south and east of us. A small amount of rain here just to the west, which should pass the next few minutes. It is clearing here right now. Guys, it looks pretty good. We may get back to some green flag racing here after a while when the track is dry.
You're right, Jerry, but of course it will be quite a while before this racetrack is dry. And so what we're going to do is send you to Los Angeles and the Olympic Festival. We will stand by with updates, and if this race does resume, we will come back with live coverage of it. So you're not going to miss anything during this rain delay. Just enjoy some great sports from the Olympic Festival in Los Angeles. Coming up, the men's 10-meter diving finals. So this is the situation at Pocono. They're trying to dry the track. 176 laps are completed. Rusty Wallace is the leader. We'll be back with updates, and we'll resume coverage when we do. Now to Los Angeles and the Olympic Festival. Miller Genuine Draft 500 Winston Cup race at Pocono is under a rain delay. Efforts are being made to dry the track right now. It isn't raining at the moment. Should the track dry and our racing resume, we will be back to cover it live. Right now, let's go back to the Olympic Festival in Los Angeles. The Miller Genuine Draft 500 Winston Cup race at Pocono is under a rain delay. Efforts are being made to dry the track right now. It isn't raining at the moment. Should the track dry and our racing resume, we will be back to cover it live. Right now, let's go back to the Olympic Festival in Los Angeles.
Kodak presents Ektar Film.
This is Bob Jenkins at Pocono International Raceway, where the rain delay continues with 24 laps to go and Rusty Wallace leading. Jerry, what's going on down on pit road?
Bob, the good news is the track drying continues. It has stopped raining. The sun's even peeked through here a moment ago. The bad news is possibly a cell just northwest of us here that may hit us. NASCAR wants to make a decision very soon. If the cell misses us, we may be able to get back to racing. But right now, we're in a holding pattern.
The cars are still lined up on pit road. Let's go back in the meantime to Barry Tompkins at the Olympic Festival. This is Bob Jenkins at Pocono International Raceway. While it begins to get dark again, there is optimism we're going to get this race restarted. The drivers have been called to their cars, and we could be going in the next 10 minutes or so. Let's go to Jerry Punch.
Well, Bob, indeed they have. It has stopped raining. The track is drying. Pit road is drying. We look behind me. Brett Bodine is in his car. And, of course, here is Terry Labonte in the car. Ken Schrader has climbed in his damaged Kodiak Chevrolet. And Ricky Rudd right here has climbed in what's left of his tied Chevrolet for what good it'll do him. Now, Ricky Rudd is out of gas, and he will not be able to refire. In fact, his buddy, Hendrick Motorsports teammate Ken Schrader, will actually push him a complete lap around the track and back down pit road to fuel the car. But it's getting close to green flag racing again, Bob. Things are looking good down here.
And we'll be live when the race resumes. Right now, let's go back to the Hall of Fame induction ceremonies taped earlier today. For those of you who would like to see the entire Hall of Fame induction ceremonies, they will be rebroadcast Tuesday at 9:30 a.m.
Let me find out from... Well, you got to consider that they would have pitted on lap 176, which is where we sit right now had we gone green, and they could probably run maybe 6 laps behind the pace car. Now, what NASCAR told them was that cars in the lead lap could pit the first time by, everyone else has to stay out. So that means that Kenny Schrader will get to push Ricky Rudd 2 laps. I was over talking to Rudd, and one of his crew members leaned on the car. I said, get off that car before you scratch it. Boys, I just got hit by a mega-sized drop, and there's another one, and another one. And Nelson is coming back in his big hefty bag. Are you Nelson in a bag?
It's beginning to rain.
Yes, folks, it is. On cue. Roger was right.
2 hours, 6 minutes, and 45.
I know, but John's just saving all the good material for the on-air stuff, see?
Neil, if you're thinking about coming back here, you might as well forget it because it ain't going to go. It is raining.
Well, this is going to be interesting here because I believe all the lead cars are going to pit. Or at least do some serious acting out here.
Yeah. Yep. So, if he pits and they never get restarted,
no, I don't think so.
Dale's pushing Rusty.
Yeah. Dale's pushing Rusty. Dale's pushing Rusty around the turn. Pushing Rusty around the track.
But how can he afford to come in?
Well, I tell you, this is a tough call here.
Yeah.
Gary Nelson sent the crew home, but Hill's going to run the car for 13 laps to get ahead of the one. So it's just Gary and Hill are the only two here.
So what happens if he pushes him? That turns out to be the last lap.
Hey guys.
Yes.
Gary Nelson sent the crew home. So they said they got in the car about 20 minutes ago and left. So the only two left at the track are Gary Nelson and Bobby Hillen.
Two-man operation.
Basically, and Gary told us that don't expect any 4 tire changes.
Yeah, really.
Jerry, I think they've parked the 17 and the 42, haven't they? Because they don't really have anything to gain.
42 just can't. He's on the track.
Is he really?
He's trying to beat the 1 car.
We had word that.
No, what he's going to do, Ned, he's going to run 13 laps and beat the 1 car.
Oh. Okay.
And I think Rick Mast is gone.
Yeah, Rick Mast has left.
He better run 17, Jerry.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Gary said it was 13, but I don't know.
17.
All right.
Again, I don't.
I'll defer to that high white horse south.
They might be just doing this here to save fuel, not knowing how many laps they're going to have to run under caution.
That could very well be, Ned. That's a good point. That is a terrific point.
They're just doing that to save fuel. The rain is...
They say it's coming out.
Oh, it is pouring down rain now. They're reaching for the red.
Come on, rain!
They're reaching for the red real quick.
They're reaching for the checker. Or the white or something.
Which flag are they reaching for? The checker flag?
They got the white and checker both out. I don't know which one.
They're reaching for the checkered flag, you tell us.
Now, okay, now he's
If
back
they
off.
do wave the white flag, my Uncle Fergie, huh? he's got to run this lap without the Jenkins back at Pocono International Raceway. Here's the situation. The cars were started, put out on the racetrack, but then it began to rain, and right now it is raining very hard. The white flag has been displayed. Rusty Wallace will apparently win this race. The only question at this point is, does he have enough fuel to make it back to the line? Now, for 2 laps when the cars went out there, Dale Earnhardt, who is lined up right behind him, pushed him for quite a distance around this racetrack. The NASCAR rule says, however, you cannot be pushed on the white flag lap.
These guys absolutely think of everything. Rusty had Earnhardt push him all these caution laps until the white flag lap. Then he started the car up and he followed the pace car. That's within the rules.
But right now, again, Rusty has not received any assistance on this white flag lap. And here comes the field down through the pit road. They're following the pace truck, and this will be the end of the race. The checkered flag is being displayed now by Doyle Ford, a yellow and a checkered flag simultaneously. And Rusty Wallace has won in the Miller Genuine Draft sponsored car, the Miller Genuine Draft 500. It's been an afternoon of crashes, a lot of crashes in the first half of the race. No driver was injured, however. Then we got into a rain situation that delayed this event by more than 2 hours. With 24 laps to go, the track finally dry. The cars were put out on the racetrack, but just as they went out on the track, it began to rain again. They ran 3 laps, and Rusty Wallace was able to nurse his car home and win this Miller Genuine Draft 500.
And you can see he's still driving the car, waving to the crowd, driving up pit road the wrong way, going to victory lane.
Yeah, I think they had Earnhardt just to push him to conserve fuel, not knowing how many laps they would run under caution.
Ned Jarrett thought of that, folks, and Ned, you're exactly right. That's what they were doing. It's purely conserving fuel for that last lap.
So Rusty Wallace has come home a winner here today at Pocono in a race that has taken more than 6 hours to run, and still it finishes about 21 laps short of its scheduled distance. 179 laps were completed. So that concludes our coverage of the Miller Genuine Draft 500 here at Pocono International Raceway. We will see you in 2 weeks at Watkins Glen. Right after this break, we'll have more of the Hall of Fame induction ceremonies. Thanks for watching. So long, everyone.
What's the matter, Lynn?
Well, Rusty Wallace has made it to victory lane. Rusty climbing out of the Miller Genuine Draft Pontiac. Congratulations.
Well, thank you very much. It was a real frustrating day, I tell you. I shouldn't say that because the frustrating part was right there at the very end about whether we're going to go back to racing or not. But I got to tell you one thing. I'd like to thank Miller Genuine Draft, Mobile, AC, Pontiac, Goodyear, and all of them. But I'd really like to thank the motor crew because they really worked their butt off. And this thing had jet power in it today. And I'd like to thank Roger Penske, all the Penske North people, and everybody behind the win. It's we're back, I think. We've got a total new engine program. It's really going good, and I'm real proud of the boys. I can't tell you how proud I am of crew chief Jimmy Maycar and everybody who made this possible.
those last couple laps after the restart. You got a little bit of an assist from your buddy Earnhardt.
We're just playing out there, you know. I think he wanted to get into TV with me, you know, but hey, it's not illegal to push your car into the last lap. We all know that. We found that out at Talladega, so I think he just wanted to help me push the rules a little bit.
Again, congratulations.
Thank you very much to everybody to make this possible. HVH Florida, Joe Patel, everybody. Thank you.
Rusty Wallace picks up win number 2 here in the 1991 season, winning his sponsored race at Pocono. Bob? Okay. Are we, what else?
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. See you in a few weeks. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. Okay. They've got a whole protocol going on now. Deal. Thanks. Congratulations. Great. Thanks. Okay, great. Which way are we going? However we can get out. Congratulations, guys. Congratulations. Happy. Tell Roger I'm happy for all of you.
Yeah, thank you.
Take care, guys. See you later.
Yeah. Are you doing Michigan in a couple weeks, the 500?
The Winston Cup race, yes.
Oh, you're not going to do that?
I won't be there, no.
Take your equipment off right here.
Okay, all right.
What's your favorite race, Gene?
There you go.
I shouldn't say that because the part was right there at the very end about whether we're going to go back and race or not, but I got to take...
Sure.
Oh, you want to throw this away, Bob?
Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. I guess.
He said we're going to redo the last segment.
Mm-hmm. For the re-air.
It's been nine races since Rusty's last win at that.
Okay.
Yeah. For the re-air, they want to do points and things, or...
I don't know.
Okay. Do you need anything else from me, Jeff? You need a summary? I'm going to shut it down. Okay. Yes, sir. Thank you, Ralph. You all take care, buddy. We'll stand by in case you do. Yeah, we'll
We'll still be here. I still have the written sheets. I'm just going to start. No, Nelson's meeting on the front stretch. Okay, you tune in. See you, Ralphie.
Everybody. A lot of people still not so bad.
They've got points filled.
Okay. Wherever they kept those buses, they're bringing them back up. All right. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. Ned, since you figured it out, why don't you tell him why he's pushing him this time?
Doesn't matter. Okay. Whatever works.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Now, so we're picking it up a lap and a half from the finish.
From the finish, yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought you said a half a lap. Okay.
He said before the white flag.
Okay. All right. Okay. I got you. I got you. So we're playing this like it's live, huh? We are back at Pocono International Raceway, and after a 2-hour and 6-minute rain delay, we are back underway. But look what's happening to the leader, Rusty Wallace. He's getting some assistance out there from Dale Earnhardt.
Yeah, and I think what's happening, Bob, Dale Earnhardt is they probably made this up, that he would push him during these caution laps, not knowing how many laps he might have to run. And Rusty has a pit stop coming up before too long, so he's just conserving fuel just in case they get the white flag here pretty quick so he could be able to run on the last lap.
And we might mention that it is beginning to rain again here on the main straightaway, so instead of this race going back to green, we could indeed be getting a white flag and then a red flag situation pretty soon.
As a matter of fact, it looks to me like Doyle Ford right now is scrambling for his flags. I would not be surprised if we don't see the white flag.
Now, what's the situation here? He can't receive assistance on the white flag lap, isn't that right?
After he has taken the white flag lap, you cannot be pushed on that lap, but any time up until then, it's legal. So I think what they did is simply just push him to conserve enough fuel so he'd have enough left in the tank to run the last lap.
Well, of course, we've heard about the friendship between these two guys, Rusty Wallace and Dale Earnhardt, and it's certainly being shown right here as Rusty Wallace, who right now is leading this race, is getting some assistance from Dale Earnhardt. Now he'll have to back off here and let Rusty do it on his own as the white flag is being displayed. Rusty moves well away from Dale Earnhardt, making sure that the NASCAR officials aren't confused and don't see him getting any assistance during this final lap of the race. And we're going to end about 21 laps short of scheduled conclusion because of rain that's falling hard right now. The question is, at this moment, can Rusty make it for 2.5 miles?
Well, he can't be pushed now. Legally, under the rules, he cannot be pushed now. If he runs out of gas on the back straightaway, he will only be credited with 1 lap short. Right now, we're looking at 178. That's all the laps he'd be credited with.
Rusty Wallace is on his way to winning his 20th Winston Cup race. He won earlier this year in June at Bristol.
If he has about a half gallon of gas to get him back to the start finish line.
That's right. If.
Actually, it was back in April when he won at Bristol, but doesn't matter. He won then.
He won, and this would be his second win of 1991 should he make it around. Now, he's approaching the end of Long Pond Straightaway, headed for that tunnel turn number 2.
Sounds like the car is running okay now, if that's his engine that we're hearing there.
But look at how wet the track is. You can see that his car is raising a spray, and the visibility is now becoming limited as the rain is falling as hard right now as it has any point this afternoon.
Yeah, they've got to stop the race. There's no way, as you said, Bob, 2 hours we've waited for the racetrack to dry. It dried as the cars went back on the racetrack. Just half a lap to go before it's going to get the green flag. It starts raining again.
He appears to be running okay, and he has now just about half a mile to go. In replay, let's look again at what was going on a lap ago when he was receiving some assistance from Dale Earnhardt.
Now again, this is not against the rules. Any lap but the last lap, cars can receive assistance from crew members and other cars, but they can't on the last lap. As Ned Jarrett said, they did this for a couple of laps so that he would conserve fuel. He would have gasoline for that final lap.
And here he comes. He is following the pace truck down pit road as the red and the checkered flags, actually the white and the checkered flags, are being displayed by Doyle Ford. There it is. The checkered flag is out, and Rusty Wallace has made it down pit road and has completed the lap unassisted. And Rusty Wallace has won the Miller Genuine Draft 500. How interesting that this car, sponsored by Miller Genuine Draft, wins the race that is sponsored by the same company.
Last year, it was just the opposite. Jeff Bodine won the race in a car sponsored by Budweiser.
And the crew of Rusty Wallace surrounds the car and congratulates him. And now Rusty, who pulled a little bit down past victory lane, will back the car up. Actually, he will turn around and head the wrong way up pit road to pull into victory lane and receive the congratulations of everyone. He's already got the helmet off. He's got the belts unloosened also, and he'll be pulling into victory lane and getting out of that car in quick order, probably for our interview with him. So it's been a day of accidents in the first part of the race when we had numerous crashes. No one was injured in any of them, however. And then we ran several laps under green and had a rain delay. So the unofficial results, the top 5, Rusty Wallace, Mark Martin will finish in 2nd position. Jeff Bodine 3rd. Hut Strickland with a good run finishes 4th, and Sterling Marlin finishes 5th in the Miller Genuine Draft 500 here at Pocono. Let's go to victory lane. Here's Dr. Jerry Punch.
Well, Rusty Wallace has made it to victory lane. Rusty climbing out of the Miller Genuine Draft Pontiac. Congratulations.
Well, thank you very much. It was a real frustrating day, I tell you. I shouldn't say that because the frustrating part was right there at the very end about whether we're going to go back and race or not. But I got to tell you one thing. I'd like to thank Miller Genuine Draft, Mobile, AC, Pontiac, Goodyear, and all of them. But I'd really like to thank the motor crew because they really worked their butt off. And this thing had jet power in it today. And I'd like to thank Roger Penske, all the Penske North people, and everybody behind the win. It's we're back, I think. We've got a total new engine program. It's really going good, and I'm real proud of the boys. I can't tell you how proud I am. I appreciate Jimmy Maycar and everybody who made this possible.
Those last couple laps after the restart, you got a little bit of an assist from your buddy Earnhardt.
We're just playing out there, you know. I think he wanted to get into TV with me, you know, but hey, it's not illegal to push your car into the last lap. We all know that. We found that out of Talladega, so I think he just wanted to help me push the rules a little bit.
Again, congratulations.
Thank you very much to everybody to make this possible. HVH Florida, Joe Patel, everybody. Thank you.
Rusty Wallace picks up win number 2 here in the 1991 season, winning his sponsored race at Pocono. Bob?
And our congratulations to Rusty Wallace. We'll show you the entire field rundown at the conclusion of this event. And gentlemen, 2 visits to Pocono this year, and we had rain during both of them.
Yeah, we sure did, and it's too bad. Had good races both times, but dampened the spirits a little.
Had to feel for a couple of cars. The 12 car, Hud Strickland ran well all day. Ernie Irvin made that last pit stop while leading and had to stop for gasoline just a few laps before the rain came.
There you see that Harry Gant, who ran so well in this race, finished 26th. Darrell Waltrip involved in another crash. He finishes in 27th position. But again, of all the crashes that we had here this afternoon, we did not have any driver injury. Now, 3 weeks from today, we will be at Watkins Glen, New York for the Budweiser at the Glen. We hope you'll be with us on August the 11th for the live coverage. For Ned Jarrett, Benny Parsons, Dr. John Curtin, and Dr. Jerry Punch, this is Bob Jenkins. So long, everyone. Yes, sir. Oh, let's just wait and get to Philadelphia and see what's going on. I think we'd be better off getting out of here than delaying any further. Don't you, Kenny? Am I clear? Am I off heads? Am I? Huh? See you. Bye. Thank you.
See you later, guys.